everyone! Your tinfoil queen has arrived. How's everyone doing? I hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. I hope you're doing well and all that in the new year. Today we're looking at all sorts of new tinfoil. It should be good. We have some old, we have some new, we have some cold, we have some blue. It rhymes, so it must be true. Getting attacked by a cat under the desk. Hi, everyone. Let me snooze that ad. Cool beans. Ouchie, buddy. Oh my goodness, you're panicking. Are you okay? Are you okay? He's not okay. Oh my goodness. So yeah, today we have all sorts of different weird conspiracy theories to look at, conspiracy theorists to talk about, and bingo to play. So if you want, make sure you get your bingo cards ready. If you want to help support the channel, you can always gift subs or subscribe yourself. I recently, in the new year, got actually a pay cut from Twitch because of the way their Twitch Plus partner program works. So if you want to help me get back to the second tier of that, become a subscriber. Prime subs don't count, unfortunately. So you can always help with that. Clyde, thanks for your membership on YouTube. Much appreciated. Much appreciated, rather. Jay's a proxy with 120 stream streak says not doing great, but I know the bingo always cheers me up. Hope you're feeling better. 880 left. I'm pretty much back to normal now, at least physically. I'm doing all right. Sorry you're not doing good. Hope the stream helps. Stone Corbell, thanks for 55 months. No problem, Halloween Town, for that sub. You hang out all the time and mod for me. The least I can do is make sure you don't have to sit through ads during it. Thank you very much for being here. Anyway, yeah. So let's get into it, shall we? I don't think I have any housekeeping other than the normal, you know. You want to help out the show, support it via the ways you know. You've heard enough people talk about it. Let's do it. Why does my costume make you want a Slim Jim? Are Slim Jims very different than I remember? Any California wildfire conspiracies? I had some pulled up, but then Annie McKean happened to say, hello from Southern California, thank you for being a wonderful distraction. And now I feel bad. I hadn't considered that there might be people on this show who are watching, going through that, and thus might want to avoid it. So I'm not sure. I have some of those videos pulled up. I'm not sure if I'll watch them today. Maybe I'll wait. Who knows? Oh, there's Cat makes a guest appearance on the bingo card. He figured out how to climb onto the back of the chair earlier. So he's, taking advantage of that. If you didn't hear, by the way, everyone, the boy is getting neutered on Thursday. Yay! So, that'll be good. He'll also be getting his vaccines and everything. So that'll be good. Mayo Emery's of Caldera with 40 bits says, I'm glad to be here. I just got back from the hospital and wow, are my arms tired. Hope everything went alright at the hospital. We have plenty of dumb conspiracy peeps here in the wild. It's okay. Okay, if you say so. Alright, so let's get into it, shall we? Let's go ahead and start with Daniel Pratt. I know that we've had a lot of flat earth material lately, but the final experiment has ignited an absolute, like, firestorm in the flat earth community, especially now that Jeranism has officially left flat earth. Which, by the way, I think that's what we're going to cover tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream, I believe, is going to be a tinfoil spotlight on Jeranism's, like, live stream where he officially renounces flat earth. So that's probably what we'll be watching tomorrow. But yeah, as of today, we do have a decent amount of flat earth stuff because they're still freaking out. Let's see how he's doing. Hopefully the biting will stop. I think some of that's because he's cooped up in this room. Like, we're keeping him separate from the other cats. So he's been, like, in this room for, like, weeks. But, yeah, once he's neutered and everything and vaccinated, we can finally let him maybe into more areas of the house, because it's gotta suck. Anyway, so here's Daniel Pratt's latest. It says, to NASA, Will Duffy, who started the final experiment, and all false globe preachers, it's never too late to repent. Time is short.
Sorry, it's about 8 degrees here, so I had to bundle up. So I just wanted to stop in and say hi, say a few words to everybody. been pretty disgusted with the whole flat earth topic the last few weeks. It's pretty nauseating watching what's going on both sides. You got some Christian channels, I'm not going to mention any names, calling any people out. There's plenty of that going on, and I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of all the arguing. You know, I still had some person come to my channel with these different sock accounts the other day, talking about calling me out and why. Go ahead, keep blocking people that call you out. Call me out all you want. Call me out on your channel. I'm tired of arguing with you people, period.
Yes, Flat Earth on bingo. He sounds like he's doing really badly. He doesn't normally sound like he's doing this bad. It feels like this is really stressed him out, which is unfortunate. This kind of stuff shouldn't bother you. Like, I get that it's a major part of his personality, so of course it bothers him, the final experiment stuff, but it's still sad to see this, like, adult person struggling with something that's completely non-important, quite frankly.
And just the internet.
Where's his breath?
People that love to argue, to hear their teeth rattle, you know. And I've been over that for a while. That's why I block people. You can go ahead and think you got me, or you called me out, explode, whatever. I just don't want to argue with you, because that's all you want to do is argue. The overwhelming majority of you. So, these people, I regretfully put up a channel that's on the debunking, calling out a hoax, the Antarctic trip or whatever. I had it up for about a day till I really started watching and saw too many signs of too many things that are all too familiar, and I took it down immediately.
Feels weird seeing him dejected and not constantly angry. Agreed?
I wouldn't follow him if my life depended on it, and in the end it does. There's only one you can follow. His name's Jesus. That's mainly what this video is going to be about, so if that's going to trigger you, you may want to turn it off. I hope you stay and listen, because it's genuine and from the bottom of my heart. And that's what I feel we all need to be focused on now. I am
What are the phases of grief? It's denial, bargaining, anger, depression, acceptance? Feels like he's in the depression phase. Riot is Bunny Queen. Thanks for 38 months, says have my last Prime sub. Well, thank you very much.
Heartbroken
and thank you, Clyde, for your compliment about my hair.
Terrified for those that have been in the flat earth topic and haven't yet found Jesus out of it.
So Boy Cat is staying. No, not long term. We're basically fostering him right now. There's an adoption event coming up in the next month that we're going to take him to see if we can find him a forever home. He's a really sweet boy. He's wonderful. If it was, you know, a different situation, if we had more space and budget wasn't so tight, it would be maybe a different story. But, like, you know, you gotta admit when you can't, you know? I want what's best for him, and he's very cute, so I'm sure he'll find a home.
Because without that, flat earth has done you absolutely no good. So I pray for you. But these people calling the hoax on the evidence you are bringing is the weakest I think I could see. It is overwhelmingly underwhelming, this evidence you're bringing that it was a hoax. You know, I don't know. Maybe people are limiting God and think that they couldn't have their biblical model and somehow he couldn't produce a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So it has to be a hoax. I don't know.
He's so depressing.
Section.
I don't even know if I want to watch the rest of this video. Normally, Daniel Pratt's kind of interesting to watch because he's so angry and confident. He just seems so sad.
Listen, that's fine. So, you know, I've made a lot of mistakes in this journey. There's, I've said before, there's no handbook. The profound truths that we all came to And I came into it and you know, the initial wave. You know, I told this guy that I went on his channel, he's like, "Are you a flat earther?" I'm like,
okay, I'm ejecting Daniel Pratt from the program, because what a bummer. We'll stay on flat earth, though, for the moment. This is interesting. This is a pastor. This is a Christian pastor who is a flat earther, and his church is a flat earth church. So it is part of his congregation's doctrine, his what's the word, ministry. His ministry's doctrine is that the earth is flat. So this is the sermon he did recently after the final experiment, basically trying to explain what the fuck's that all about.
That your church, your people believe your word.
Is he NIFB or just some other kind of church? I have no idea. What does NIFB stand for? New International something?
The world, not the system, not anybody in it, even if they pretend to be a minister of the gospel. Your word is above all else, and we give you praise. We believe, God, your word. That is faith. Faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God.
New Independent Fundamentalist Baptist Stephen Anderson's church. Ah, yeah, I don't know if they have any affiliation.
Believe.
Stephen Anderson isn't a flat earther, is he?
Your word, Lord, above all else. Let that settle in to the hearts of all these who want to get distressed or listen to deceivers in this end time. Your word is above all. And we praise you and we thank you for it in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. You may be seated this morning. Hallelujah. Well, you know.
Hey, Isaac.
Somebody done gone and upset me now. So y'all know what's coming, right? But it's nobody here, so y'all can relax.
Yeah, Stephen Anderson's dabbled in sovereign citizenry, because there was a video from years ago about him at a border stop or a border checkpoint of some kind and refusing stuff, Sobsit style, and he got tased. But I don't remember him ever saying anything about flat earth. Bittergrin says, okay, I don't know if Stephen Anderson is, but I used to work with a guy who goes to that church, and he was a flat earther. That wouldn't surprise me, that some people in Stephen Anderson's church are flat earthers. Sure, I could see that. I don't think that's part of the doctrine of their ministry, though. I feel like I would have heard that. If I'm wrong, correct me. That's fine. I feel like I would have heard that.
First, before we get into the message and the word this morning, I just want to thank everybody so far online. I'm not going to be able to respond to all the birthday wishes, but today is my birthday, and I want to thank you to everyone.
Oh, it's his birthday. That's funny.
I just turned 57, so I told my wife, I said, yeah, I'm on the slope now to 60. It's a-coming. But God has been good. Y'all pray for Pastor Nancy. She's under my orders to stay home today. She's been struggling for about 2 weeks, and the doc just said it's just basically walking pneumonia. But
get to the flat earth.
I want to let you know that anybody who's been in the biblical cosmology, aka flat earth, movement, discussion, revival, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I believe it's all of the above. Anybody that's managed to be a part of that for years and still not come to know Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, you ought to go, what's wrong with that one? Because so many atheists and agnostics, once they saw the evidence, once they saw it was in the Bible, I've never seen anything in all of my years now, going on 38 years of ministry, I've never seen any truth from the scriptures bring more atheists, agnostics, New Agers, ancient alien believers to the truth, to the gospel of Jesus Christ, to become born-again believers, to repent.
That's such an interesting thing that he's admitting that I don't know if he realizes what he just said. He's basically admitting that the flat earth has become a tool to bring conspiracy theorists to Christ. He's basically saying, I've never seen a tool bring more secular flat earthers, crackpot new agers, ancient aliens weirdos. You know what I mean? It's an interesting strategy, is to bring in crackpots into your congregation, into your faith. That seems like a strange strategy.
Of their sins.
Which pastors did the interview with each other before the final experiment? Which one said they were flat earther and the other laughed? I don't remember who that was. I remember what you're talking about, but I don't remember who it was.
And to be transformed. I don't understand how you can be in this thing, see.
Yeah, Greg Locke was one of them. Greg Locke was definitely one of them. Was this the other guy?
We have
Dean Odell? Okay, that's this then, because this is Dean Odell. So it was this guy and the other guy, Greg Locke. Pastor Greg Locke.
discovered in everything from formerly classified government documents to NASA technical manuals, all that I brought out, all the stuff that's been brought out about Antarctica, and I'm going to share some of that. How in the world are there any people in the alleged, again, biblical cosmology, whatever you want to call it? I say biblical cosmology because it's biblical. I don't panic when people get out there and get crazy.
Hey, Robo
I
Twilight.
don't panic because somebody saw a light in the sky.
By someone saw a light in the sky, do you mean that they falsified the azimuthal equidistant flat Earth map by showing a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic? Because I feel like that's a better encapsulation of the issue you're dealing with than a light in the sky. I think you're maybe framing this in a bit of a straw man to make it seem less devastating to your worldview, which I get. We all do that to an extent. We mitigate when we need to. But do you think maybe here it's doing you a disservice?
See, this is what I've been saying, and I'm going to say this again, and I hope you get it down in you. And I don't care what subject it's about. But you better believe the Word of God above anything that goes on in the world. You understand? Because there's liars and deceivers everywhere, deceiving and being deceived themselves.
I have never understood, even when I was religious, even when I was Christian, I never understood this idea that, like, the Bible, as if there's only one version of the Bible in the first place, but whatever your particular church's version of the Bible is, it's literally the Word of God. Like, do you guys know how that thing was written? Like, even if you are Christian and you believe in God and Jesus and all that stuff, don't you have to go, wonder if humans had some say in what went into this thing? Wonder if humans edited this bitch at minimum. I just don't understand how you can look through history in the ways that, like, religion, not just Christianity, but religion has been used politically, and not kind of get like, okay, even if I believe the fundamental tenets of this thing, nonetheless, people have certainly perverted this to certain ends historically. Maybe I should be a little skeptical about claims people make about what the Bible says, and on top of that, if even what it says matters.
And I'm going to show you something. Have we forgotten that there's a fallen angel, an entity that goes by the name?
Am I questioning Moses' ability to write the story of his own death? Of course not. Moses was incredible. Moses was the humblest man who ever lived. Said so himself.
Lucifer, Satan, Halel, the dragon, that old serpent, also called the prince and the power of the air, also called an angel of light that would deceive mankind and appear to be light. Have we forgotten the deceptive miracles in the sky like Fatima? They call it the miracle of the sun. Y'all think the devil can't put some lights in the sky? What do y'all think all this UFO activity is? That's been
Aliens or demons on the bingo card. So he's saying that They went to Antarctica, however, they were tricked by Satan. The 24-hour sun was Lucifer, the light bringer. Okay. Clyde, thanks for the $10 tip on YouTube, says, for cat toys or anything. Thank you very much.
Been going on for decades and decades now. It really kicked in big in 1947. What do you think that is? Oh, no. Is it just advanced military aircraft? No. Stuff that can make right angle turns at 3,000 miles an hour? No, that's not physical. That's spiritual.
Would this count as satanic? That's a good question. Let me think about it for a second. Does satanic on the bingo card inherently mean people worshiping Satan in the religious sense, as in Satanism, or does it mean acts of Satan? I'll call it both. I'll say that counts, yeah. Acts of Satan and blaming Satan for things. And saying he's directly doing something, sure, I'll count it.
So, let me just say this at the outset here about...
Is this even a sermon? Yeah. Different denomination sermons are very different, so if you grew up in a different denomination, it might come off as very weird, even very casual. But like, yeah, this is a sermon. Not a good sermon. Yeah, that's arguable. Yeah, but it is a sermon. Stone Corbell says, imagine having this worldview that if you literally see something with your own eyes that contradicts something in the Bible, you can't believe it because it was Satan tricking you. It would be maddening, wouldn't it? Who do you trust, the Bible or your lying eyes?
The so-called final experiment and them allegedly seeing the sun move in a circle around them in Antarctica. Let me just go and tell you right now. You don't think Satan could pull that off? Oh, yeah. And let me tell you something else. You know, one thing I found interesting, that area they went to, Union Glacier, it's almost always overcast. You know, Antarctica's the place of the winds, high winds, right?
They were situated in between mountains. That's one of the reasons they set up the camp there at Union Glacier, is because it's like geographically situated with mountains around it, so it helps knock out a lot of the wind. You're kind of in like a valley area.
And Duffy guaranteed that there would be good, clear, sunny weather that day. Now,
I mean, he wasn't making that prediction months and months in the past, I don't think. That was unknown. They were talking about the unknowns of weather up until, like, the week of the trip. But at a certain point, the meteorology gets, like, predictive enough that, you know, some days before, within a week, you can reasonably predict whether or not it's going to be visible. Does he not know what meteorology is?
Hold on a second. Who can manipulate the weather? There's two that we know can manipulate the weather. We know this from the book of Job. Satan can manipulate the weather, and we know the United States
weather manipulation on the bingo card.
Government can.
So Satan and the United States government can manipulate the weather. That's good. We're getting to the usual suspects. Satan or the US government.
Right? Why is everybody up in arms? See, one reason I've sat back and just watched all the hoopla about all this, because I'm like, I don't care if you see 15 suns in the sky and they do whirlabouts. God's word is true from Genesis to Revelation.
Yeah, I don't want to think at all. Sorry, it annoys me sometimes in stuff like this. When you hear the congregation kind of do little noises they do when they say something they agree with. Yeah, In this case, they did it for literally saying, we don't believe reality, and we're proud of it. Oh, God.
Amen? And we were warned that there were going to be false signs.
I did, Orion. Thank you.
Satanic signs and wonders, guess what? In the heavens. So here's what I say. I'm not going to even debate the shadows going in different directions, like McToon wants to debate all this stuff. I mean, he believes in evolution, so he's a monkey man. All this stuff. I mean, he believes in evolution, so he's a monkey man. All right. I'm not even going to debate camera angles and no footprints in the snow where they were walking and all these weird anomalies.
I've depicted you as the monkey, whoa, Jack. You lose.
I'm not even going to say, I'm just going to say they went and they saw a light go around.
Excuse you, sir. I'm a monkey lady.
That they thought was the sun, or that they knew because they're Satanists, some of them, that Satan would be there to help them. Because listen, folks.
Who is he accusing of being Satanists? Is he accusing the round earth people of being Satanists? They're not. Some of them are explicitly Christian. I don't remember which ones, but at least some of the round earthers on the trip are religious. What are you talking about?
Satan has a lot invested in this deception. He has spent...
MC Toon is, yeah, and we know the guy that, like, put it together is because he's a pastor.
Hundreds of years.
Wrong kind of Christian, therefore Satan.
Crafting this deception about changing the nature of creation so that people won't believe the Bible. He built NASA to help you out with this one. Think about that. And made sure that NASA gets $60 million a day to continue to push the lies. Satan has a lot invested in this. You don't think he would go, okay, boys, y'all head on down there to Antarctica. I'll be there on this day. I'll clear the weather up for you. And I'll...
So in his head, does he really think that these people are sitting down and talking with, like, literal Satan? Like, they think Satan is a literal embodied being that you can talk to. And in this scenario, is he, like, sitting in the room with them? Like, it's Malcolm McDowell with a fucking cigar? Like, it's Burgess Meredith? Like, what are we doing? What are you talking about? You think a physical Satan appeared and made a plan with MC Toon? Alright. Amber Pretzel says, remember, no one hates Christians like other Christians.
There've
been a war or two about that.
The
sectarian violence, always fun.
Angelic light in the sky. Because, see, I'm going to tell you right now, I've always said there could be sunlight there, but not the sun. You understand?
I mean, the sun isn't at Antarctica. It's in space. Just like we are in space, but you can see it from Antarctica.
The sun's going to take its turn away. And here's this. Let me just tell you.
It is, Travis. Thank
you. This. When I went to the island of Mauritius in 2000, before I
the kimono was made by Meru-sama, by the way. So thank you again, Meru-sama. I don't know if you're here.
Had my eyes open to the true nature of creation. I was, in what they call the Southern Hemisphere, right?
And what they call the Southern Hemisphere.
I remember being on the west side of the island of Mauritius, because I spent most of my time there in Bamboo, Mauritius. You can look up where it is on the west side of the island, in the Indian Ocean, south of the equator. Longest flight ever been on. And I remember when I saw the sun come in, and I was trying to get my video camera out to video this. This was in August of 2000. And the guy that was driving us around that day, I think we had 2 days off in the 2 weeks that I preached there. And he said, you better get your camera out quick because it's going to be gone in just a second. So it's like it came this way and then foosh, it was gone. It's not like that in the Northern Hemisphere. It's not that quick. You got plenty of time. Why is that?
I don't even understand what he's
When
talking
when you're on
about.
the outside of a circle and something's turning away from you, it's going to go away from you quicker. When you're on the inside of the circle, you're going to see the turn, you're going to see it longer. It's simple. I witnessed this in August of 2000. So I know there's something different in the South because, of course, at that time, there was no hoopla about this stuff, right? The devil wouldn't be trying to deceive me because he already had me deceived about
Sunset quickly, therefore Earth flat. Gotcha.
creation.
So he's speculating that in the northern... I don't understand why he thinks that would be...
So he had no reason to try to trick me while I'm there. And, of course, another thing while I was there, I could see at night the island of Reunion, which is an island 143 miles away from Mauritius, which even standing at the top peak of Mauritius, you should not be able to see because it should be a long way. I mean, what is it? 100 miles is 6,666 feet of curvature, so almost a mile and a half. The bulge should be in the way. You shouldn't see anything, right? You shouldn't see the island of Reunion. But I didn't put that together when I was there either. But let's go to 2 Timothy chapter 3. This is what we're going to read.
Or as Trump calls it, 2 Timothy.
See, Satan's games do not change the Word of God. The Word of God does not change.
Okay, but like, what if something was poetic? What if something was poetic prose and wasn't meant to be taken literally, and it's also been translated a bunch of times? What if that's what happened?
What the Word of God says about the sun. I'm going to show you what the Word of God says about Antarctica. Again.
I don't think God says anything about Antarctica in the Bible, because Antarctica isn't mentioned in the Bible. Phi Guru says, I can see the Atlantic Ocean from the summit of Mount Washington on a clear day. It's also far away.
But let's look at this first. Because we were warned that in the last days, somebody say last days. And boy, we are living in those.
How many versions of the Bible are there? It depends on how you define version and Bible and there.
Last days, there is no doubt.
Sorry, Jordan Peterson took over my body for a minute.
About that. This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come, for men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers. Now, what does blasphemers mean? I want to tell you this right now. You want to know what? If God says one thing and you say another, I know one thing. If my teenager, I say,
how long has it been in the last times? At least since Jesus ascended bodily. No, it is funny though. Christians, since the beginning of Christianity, there's always been at least some Christians who have said we're living in the end days. Like, it can't always be the end days, then nothing is. Don't know what to tell you.
One thing and they want to say another and argue with me, it ain't going to be a good day.
Not to mention the Bible explicitly says, no man may knoweth the hour, whatever the specific verse is.
Right? Well, it just simply means speaking irreverently to God. Disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors. Somebody say traitors. Oh, we got them. Heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. And then he tells us, from such turn away. For of this sort are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women, laden with sins, led away with divers lusts. Here's verse 7, ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. Man, you can learn everything there is to learn about every single evidence or potential evidence or argument about whether we live on a flat disc with a firmament over our heads or we live on a spinning water ball flying through an infinite space, corkscrewing on at 500,000 miles an hour in a galaxy flying 1.3
Oh, Jesse, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships on YouTube. Thank you so much.
million miles an hour.
Everyone who gets gifted a membership, next Sunday, we are doing a patron and member-only live stream. So if you got gifted a membership, you can go to that. Cool beans.
You can learn everything there is to know about it, still not come to the knowledge of the truth. What is the truth? Y'all come right back to 2 Timothy 3, but go put up John 17. Let's go there real quick. Hang on. I can't remember if it's verse 3. Let's see here.
I just find it interesting, and we're not going to spend a ton more time on this because I think we get it. It's this interlacing of the conspiracy theory with faith in a way that's very uncomfortable, I'd imagine, both for non-religious people like myself and people who are religious probably find this offensive. Because, yeah, he's basically using this whole thing to push his personal conspiracy theories. But either way, I find it interesting when people are like, look, it says in the Bible that anyone who doesn't follow the Bible is a fool. Like, yeah, you can write that in any book. If you don't like my book, you're going to hell. Yeah, you can just write that. Gamer G says, wonderful time for me to get to stream the Church of Cece preaching about spinning wet balls. Hey, Amber.
John 17. Oh, where is it? Where he says, sanctify them through thy word. 17:17. It's it. The Lord Jesus, not Will Duffy. Another just con artist, man. He's not a pastor, y'all. He pretends to be one. Any pastor get up and tell you it's okay to lie?
No true pastor. The sermon he said that in was literally the sermon that other people have done versions of that's basically, hey, if you're like, and this was, I've both heard this and just a Peach mentioned this when it happened. There's sort of a sermon whose ideas have been passed around that's basically, hey, is it okay to lie in a scenario where you're saving someone's life, basically? Like, if you were in Germany in 1937... and you had your Jewish neighbors hidden in your attic. He was saying it's okay to lie to the SS officers. You know what I mean? That's basically the kind of lying he was talking about. He wasn't saying it's good to lie.
That lying and deceiving is not immoral. I've seen the entire clip of it.
The entire clip. Have you watched the entire thing or just the cherry-picked clip? Fun. What an asshole. Okay, let's take a look at the bingo card real quick and we'll move on. Lying through his teeth. Oh yeah, it's bullshit. Ancient wisdom. Flat earth. Staggering levels of hypocrisy. Incorrectly believes evidence is self-evident. Where is weather control? Satanic. Weather control. All right. Was there anything else? I don't think Illuminati got mentioned yet. Cat makes guest appearance, of course. Yep. Professor Daddy says, I didn't grow up religious. Do people really go to churches that are that boring? That wasn't even that boring for a church. Yes, people go to, yes, people go to church. Aliens are demons? Yes, we did have that. Good call. God, you haven't even, have you seen a Catholic, have you seen a Catholic mass? Oh my god, if you think like a Protestant service is boring, holy fuck. I hope you never get invited to a Catholic wedding or funeral. It's not a fun time. Not fun. The Catholics really, really like to make everything just a miserable, miserable experience, let me tell you. Anyway. Orion Cooper asks, related to this, have you seen Man Tracks by Dan Olson yet? I have not. I know he put out a new video. I haven't gotten a chance to watch it yet. Sometime this week I'll find some time, though. Oh, this is incredibly offensive. This is so offensive. This is so offensive. This is so offensive. This is so offensive. Gamer G says, grew up Catholic, can confirm. Yeah. So this is going to be used as AI on the bingo card. They claim that this message was channeled from Martin Luther King Jr., you know, the dead civil rights leader who's been dead since the 60s. And they use an AI voice to try and give it Martin Luther King Jr.'s voice. I don't think it's a very good AI voice, but that's what it's doing. And also, this image is cut off, so you can't really see it. But this is not a real photo of Martin Luther King Jr. It's a terrible AI photo of Martin Luther King Jr., and it does not look like Martin Luther King Jr. Mayo Emeries of Caldera says, I've given sermons. This is pretty casual and interesting compared to the guidelines they forced me to hold to, yeah. Alright, let's watch this.
Hello, Americans. It's me, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Is it, though? Is it, though?
As I speak to you today on my birthday, let us remember that my life, my mission, and my sacrifices were not in vain. On this day, we honor not merely my birth, but the enduring truth.
Why is it JNR and not Junior? I do not know. I don't know why they don't know how to spell Junior. I don't know. Trey says, oh boy, Hannah, you want to talk about Catholic? One of my roommates' family is so deeply entrenched in the church, they're friends with one of the Vatican's lead lawyers. They had their house blessed every year, and last time it took 11 hours. Oh, so that lawyer's helped cover up a lot of child sex crime. That's a shame. That's a shame.
That I sought to proclaim that all men and women, regardless of their race or creed, could one day stand together as equals. On that fateful evening in Memphis, powerful forces conspired to bring my life to an end.
Here's where we're getting into, like, this is already fucked up that you're, like, you know, putting new words into the mouth of a dead person. Here's where they try and claim that Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated by the Illuminati using an attempt at his voice. It's a bad copy, but they're trying to do it.
FBI, CIA, and even those aligned with the Illuminati were involved.
Illuminati on the bingo card?
I want you to know that their actions, though tragic, were not entirely intentional. They too were working under powers higher than themselves.
I'm just going to take that off for a sec.
Before I stepped onto that balcony, I took medication for my high blood pressure, unaware that it had been tampered with. A sudden wave of dizziness and paralysis overtook me, leaving me weak and disoriented.
Hey, Carpcosian.
Seeking fresh air, I stepped outside, only to feel the sharp sting of a bullet strike my right side. The wound bled quickly, and my earthly body quickly expired. I had no control over the forces that sought to bring my life to an end, but it was always my destiny to expose the truth. My voice helped create the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, an organization rooted in nonviolence and justice. This movement inspired others, including the organizations you know today, such as Black Lives Matter.
Okay, What do you want to bet a white person made this to use Martin Luther King Jr.'s image and voice to try and criticize Black Lives Matter? Any bets? Overthought, thanks for gifting a sub to Carpcosian.
Yet, it grieves me to see how some of these sister organizations have strayed from the path of peace. The influence of the Illuminati and the money of George Soros has co-opted these movements, turning them towards violence.
Soros.
And tarnishing the message of unity and love that I held so...
Remember when Martin Luther King Jr. said that a riot is the language of the unheard?
dear. Violence is never the answer, nor is hatred or racism. My mission was to forge peace between the black man and the white man.
Thinly veiled anti-Semitism or a Soros a bingo spot? We can do thinly veiled anti-Semitism for that. Soros is usually a dog whistle for that kind of thing.
To bridge the divides that kept us apart. I dreamed of a day when both would sit together at the table of brotherhood as equals. That is why I declared I have a dream.
Okay. Done with fake Martin Luther King Jr. Gross. Moving on. Here's one about the final experiment. This guy's been interesting. He's been very angry about the final experiment.
So, what the English-speaking world doesn't know about the final experiment, the biggest hoax perpetrated into humanity in the 21st century, well...
Sentient Natalie, thanks for following.
Don't know is that there are plenty of Brazilian people behind. A lot of Brazilians together with Will Duffy, McToon, and all those liars, enemies of humanity. People who are up to anything.
It was more on the nose than that. Violence is the language of the unheard. Thank you.
To hide the shape of Earth from humanity, and they are disguised as YouTubers. Basically, all the people against humanity, trying to perpetrate a lie into our families, our children, trying to make everyone believe they live in a vacuum and spinning on a ball. They're just YouTubers, right? So there's a Brazilian YouTuber as well, named Chico Matos. So Chico Matos, he...
This is actually a good clip because it shows this other guy, this Brazilian gentleman in Antarctica, at the same camp as Will Duffy and MC Toon and Jeranism and Witsit, the same place they went for the final experiment. And you can see the same stuff, which is funny because it kind of blows a hole in the flat earthers' theory, hypothesis that they're on some fake studio they threw together for this, because, like, this other guy went, like, at a different year. Like, what, like, it's the same, though? Did they build the same set multiple times, or is that the Antarctica set they hide somewhere in California?
Keeps going to Antarctica every year. Lord knows why. But he seems to have free pass in Antarctica. He's always there. Every year he goes. So basically 1 year prior to this fraud, 1 year prior to the fraud, he frauded himself. This guy Chico Matos went there. He went to the same camp in question, Union Glacier.
This guy's Brazilian, right? I guess I don't know if he's Brazilian. He's from South America, though.
And he forged it. He forged it by saying, look, that's the sun. That's the sun. It's midnight here on my watch. And he showed his watch.
Yep, so you'll see, I'll point it out in a second.
Antártida. E eu quero mostrar uma coisa muito legal para vocês, porque agora são 11 horas e 59 minutos da noite. É meia-noite, vou mostrar aqui o relógio do Richard, vou fazer uma contagem regressiva para meia-noite. Aí, ó. Vamos ver aqui. Pô, meia-noite. E viu o que acontece?
So there's the Union Glacier sign, and there's the Antarctica thing that we saw during the final experiment. We've seen this. Green guy with a $5 tip says, Hannah, these guys definitely live in a vacuum. So, pretty good confirmation it's the same place at a totally different time.
Look, it's midnight on my watch, and that's the sun.
He's not going to bring that up, by the way, that the same, like, Antarctica, like, snow sculpture is there. Not going to bring it up at all.
So basically, he forged it to the whole humanity in Portuguese language, and he lied.
He speaks Portuguese, so I assume Brazilian. That's where most Portuguese speakers are. It's their official language where their neighbors use Spanish. Yep. Because of colonialism. Thanks, Portugal.
So Brazilian flat...
He's worked there for 13 years. Oh, that makes sense, because I know he said he's been there multiple years. Makes sense.
Earther Vitor, right? That's the name of the guy. Please subscribe and give some strength to the guy there, right? He is really nice guy. So Brazilian Vitor, flat earther, he said, oh really? Oh really? So let me show the midnight sun here in my city, in Salvador. So he's from Salvador, Brazil. And he showed the midnight sun in Salvador. Look, it's here, midnight on my watch. He showed his mobile, and the time was like 11 something p.m. Look, it's...
Yeah, he changed the time on his clock. He changed the time on his clock on his phone. And I understand that that's the point, is you're saying that the guy in Antarctica did that, except he didn't. And we've seen people there 24 hours, at least, with the final experiment. So the entire thing you're saying is, well, it could have been faked, but there's no evidence it was. So why did you make this video? We literally have full 360 24-hour video of the sun circling in this place in Antarctica at the camp they went to for the final experiment. So I don't even understand why he did this video, except he's desperately grasping at straws. Kind of weird.
It's midnight here, and look, that's the sun. He said this, mocking Chico Matos, and basically calling him a liar, which is what he deserves to hear. He is a liar.
He's not. You haven't established he's lying.
Lying to the whole humanity, has declared himself an enemy of humanity. So this guy, Vitor, spent the whole year of 2024, now the whole year, until the final experiment, pressing these people, pressing Chico Matos himself. He went on live transmissions and spoke to Chico Matos' friends and said, please, if he is in Antarctica and he had a conversation with you yesterday, because Chico Matos had a conversation with these other people the day before on the live transmission in the middle of the night. But it was an audio conversation with Chico Matos.
Fala, Chico. Beleza, meu amigo?
Tudo bem, irmão?
Cara, desculpa te ligar essa hora aí, ó. Quase 11 horas da noite. É o Leandro, do canal Inteligência Natural.
Eu tô ligado, ele me ligou agora há pouco.
Ah, agora há pouco ele te ligou? Bom, então ele deve ter te adiantado aí já, né? Que...
Is he gonna be upset because there's no video? And he's gonna say, see, because it was nighttime.
Lá a gente tá com um projeto de ir pra Antártica pra registrar, né? E pra ver o fenômeno do sol da meia-noite.
É só vir com a gente.
So this guy Vitor stepped in the next day, actually the next night, because it was a live transmission in the middle of the night. It was like midnight in Brazil, maybe like around 1 in the morning in Brazil time. And they said, well, please call him now, but this time start the camera. Since it's a WhatsApp call, WhatsApp calls can be also on camera. So just switch on the camera and prove it to us. It's very simple, very easy. There's no need to spend thousands of dollars to go there and prove it. You can prove it to me right now.
But it wouldn't matter because you're already calling where he is fake. If he did turn it on and it was day, you would just go, well, it's fake. You're somewhere else. You're in a studio. You're whatever. That's the thing with conspiracy theories. Enough is never enough. Enough is never enough. They're not looking for answers. They're looking to prove what they already believe correct.
Come on, I'm waiting, he said. Come on, I'm waiting. Just call him and show me. Obviously, they didn't show him. They ran away and escaped. Because obviously there is no midnight sun in Antarctica. We all know it now.
There is! They went there and showed it from multiple angles, from like 10 different cameras, constantly filming and filming each other to corroborate. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. I knew this wouldn't change flat earthers' minds. At least I didn't think so. Jeranism is an exception, interestingly. Like I said, we'll talk about that tomorrow in our tinfoil spotlight on Jeranism leaving the flat earth. But I didn't think that many would outright deny that it actually happened. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm surprised by that. I thought it would be more explaining away the circling sun, rather than trying to say the trip just wasn't real at all. And it's mostly been people just denying the trip even really happened. And that's wildly disappointing.
Now, very well. The only thing that was proven by this bunch of liars is that there is no midnight sun. So they ran away from Vitor. And this guy, Chico Matos, stated that he didn't want to be involved. He said, please, keep me out of it. He said, I don't want to be involved. And ran away. But the thing is that 1 year later, during the final experiment hoax that was done now in December 2024 in Antarctica, guess who is with Maktoum? Guess who is making videos there in Antarctica?
Probably the same guy because he works there.
The camp during the final experiment that was done around the days 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 of December 2024. Guess who is there?
He said he was busy at work while at work. Yeah, that'll do it.
Videos with them, making videos in the camp, and trying to prove again to the whole world that there is a midnight sun. And he also
there is a midnight sun. You can go view it, right? They did a 25, not even just 24, just in case they got an extra hour. They did 5 hours, 360 camera, meaning you can look all around. It's a series of cameras, basically with panorama mode, and it stitches all of them together so you can look all around. And you can watch the whole thing for 25 hours in real time if you want.
A new video, and this time rebuting.
Have I shown the funniest rage quit by Joe Hanvey against Will Duffy? It's true cringe. We watched part of that video, but we didn't watch the rage quit part. Maybe we should, because it was pretty funny. I saw the clip after we did a stream where we covered parts of it.
I'm sorry, pardon my English. Rebuting himself and rebuting the experiment, because according to experiment, the midnight sun is real and is seen doing a 360 around us, so it's seen in the south. So basically, they say that the midnight sun is seen in the south. Well, Chico Matos shot...
The midnight sun is in the south and the north at different times of the year. Right now, in the south.
His own foot again, recording a video showing the sun in his face, saying, oh, look, it's 10 o'clock now. It's 10 p.m. And that's near to the midnight sun. And the sun was in the north, you know, glaring onto his face. The face of a liar, you know. So again...
I guess what I don't understand is he's already, like, from Brazil. Couldn't he just travel, like, as you travel further south at this time of year in South America, the sun's gonna set at a later time, right? So if you're at, like, the tip of South America, the sun's not gonna set until, like, 10, 11 p.m. on some days. He could drive that. Like, it's not gonna be fun, but he, like, in theory, I know Brazil isn't close to those areas, but I'm saying he could go there? He could take a trip? Like... I'm further away than that. You know what I mean? I don't understand why he can't just call some friends, maybe, and do a road trip.
This guy, Chico Matos, is deep into it, and he declared himself enemy of humanity by trying to fake the sun once, by being together with people who tried to
Asking a Brazilian to go to Chile is a much bigger ask of him. I don't get that. Do Brazilian people and people from Chile not get along? Is there beef? Is there Chilean-Brazilian beef I'm unfamiliar with?
The sun for the second time, and by shooting his own foot once again, trying to lie again to humanity that it was 10 p.m. and the sun was glaring onto his face. because the sun is in the north and the shadows behind him pointing towards the south. So the mountain behind the camp is in the south. So he proved that he is lying. He generated proofs against himself. And this is what the English-speaking world didn't know, because you all thought it was just a bunch of English-speaking YouTubers. You thought that it was a bunch of English-speaking YouTubers declaring war on humanity, right? Lying straight in the face of humanity, and even telling bedtime stories to humanity, mocking humanity, calling humanity stupid. It's not only those psychos, there are also Brazilian people involved. And Chico Matos is there with these guys as well. So he is declaring himself also enemy of humanity.
I think he's just working his job in Antarctica, and I assume he likes being there for whatever reason. I don't think he's declaring himself an enemy of humanity. I think you're declaring him an enemy of humanity, which is, when you really take a step back and think about it, you have a pretty grandiose sense of self if you think you can unilaterally declare someone an enemy of humanity. little melodramatic, methinks.
Lying straight in the face of humanity, lying to our children, lying to our families, and lying to ourselves. Why do these people do it? Well,
Green Guy with a $5 tip says, yes, Hannah, there is Brazilian beef and Chilean beef, and other countries eat cows.
that's another.
Now I want to make a patty melt for dinner. Am I going to go to the store and buy beef to make a patty melt? We'll see how I feel at the end of stream.
Question. They have to answer why they are so desperate lying.
I make a mean patty melt, chat. Did you know that? I make a good-ass patty melt. I'm real good.
Humanity.
I'm all domestic and shit. Hannah mentions cheese. Yeah, melt has cheese. I'll count that. Hannah mentions cheese.
About the shape of Earth. It's up to them now. We certainly have our theories, but we want to listen from these psychos why they lie to humanity like that. Okay? See you around, guys. Goodbye.
To be clear, he thinks taking video of the sun is declaring war. He thinks that faking video of the sun is declaring war, which is what he thinks they have done. They have not, but he thinks it. Oh, this is unfortunate. Let's read this. I talked about this briefly, but it's probably good to actually read the article. Tea Time Tea says, what's a patty melt? A patty melt is like a cheeseburger, but instead of buns, it's bread, like sourdough or something on the outside, grilled like a grilled cheese. Basically a grilled cheese, but with a burger in it, or a burger with toasted bread for the outside instead of buns. Delicious. Grade A American diner food. Greasy deliciousness. Anyway, let's get on to this. Pizzagate gunman fatally shot by police outside Charlotte in traffic stop. The Salisbury man who died Monday after he was shot by two Canopolis police officers over the weekend was a Pizzagate gunman arrested in Washington, D.C. in 2016 after he terrified people with a loaded AR-15 inside a restaurant. This was almost 10 years. Almost a decade ago was the Pizzagate gunman situation where this guy, believing in the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, a conspiracy theory that posited that a pizza place in Washington, D.C., named Comet Ping Pong, was secretly the center of a child sex trafficking ring. It wasn't, it isn't, it's just a pizza restaurant. But this guy went in, believing the conspiracies with his gun, with his AR-15, and was like, where are the children? You know, waving his gun around at people. And apparently he still had a gun up until his recent death. Weird that he didn't get that taken away from him. Edgar Madison Welch, the man killed, made national headlines in 2016 when he entered Comet Ping Pong, a pizza restaurant in Washington, D.C., armed with an assault rifle and loaded revolver. He drove from Salisbury to the nation's capital in search of an alleged child sex ring linked to Hillary Clinton, something he learned about from a fake news story the Washington Post reported. Around 10 p.m. Saturday, Welch was sitting in the passenger seat of a gray 2001 GMC Yukon when an officer pulled it over near Cannon Boulevard, a Canopolis Police Department press release said Thursday. The officer recognized the vehicle, having arrested Welch in the past, and knew he had an outstanding warrant for his arrest for a felony probation violation, police said. The press release said the officer spoke with the vehicle's driver and recognized Welch in the passenger seat as two more officers arrived. The officer that pulled the vehicle over then moved to the front passenger seat where Welch was sitting to arrest him. But when he opened the door, Welch pulled out a handgun from his jacket and pointed it at the officer, police said. The arresting officer and a second officer at the scene shot Welch after he refused orders to drop his gun. The press release identified the two officers who fired as Caleb Tate and Brooke Jones. The third officer, not named, did not fire his weapon, the press release said. None of these officers, the vehicle driver, or a third passenger in a backseat were injured. Welch was transported to a hospital in Cabarrus County for treatment. He was later transferred to one in Charlotte, but died from his injuries 2 days later. The North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation is investigating, and both Tate and Jones were put on administrative leave. Hydrate. You think the gun he had was illegal? I would hope so. If he was having parole violations already, then no way he was supposed to have a gun. Wonder if he got it from a shop that just didn't do a background check, or if he, like, bought it privately, or if he bought it at, like, a gun show, kind of under the table. The conspiracy theory falsely... Oh, that's just talking about what Pizzagate is, but we talked about this. So, yeah, if you, just let something with dangerous conspiratorial beliefs out in the world, like, what do you think's gonna happen? I don't know what to tell you. Like, I understand that there's tons of people who are fully functional even though they believe conspiracy theories, but I think when you're of the break into a business and wave a gun around at people level of conspiracy, you probably need to be institutionalized and get some help whether you like it or not. Thanks, Reagan. Anyway, how's this guy doing?
Hey, everybody. One thing that I think needs to change...
Oh, Clinton's on the bingo card, yeah.
...in the soul trap is a different word for hell. Okay? Don't ask me what the word's going to be, because I only know a few words in the English language. I'm not very good at it. I've thought of it. I can't figure it out. But leave in the comments a different word for hell. Why is that? Well, because...
Jail!
When people think about hell, what do they think about? They think about perpetual fire. They think about devils with pitchforks. They just think about constant torture and suffering. And of course, that is not exactly the way it is here in Hell Realm. It's a little more clever than that.
So this is an unfortunate delusion. One sec. Freyline with 40 bits says, I have a weird feeling about that guy. All the people claim to believe that children are being horribly abused and do nothing to help the children that they say are being abused. At least this guy actually did something about something he believes is happening. It wasn't and isn't happening, so it's still crazy as shit. He's consistent. I'll give him that. Anyway, so this is a conspiracy theory that this guy and some other folks have about soul trap. They basically believe that we're trapped in this reincarnation cycle against our will. Reincarnation on the bingo card. And he seems to think that the world is hell, more or less. Not necessarily those words, but he thinks it's a realm of suffering that exists to extract said suffering from its inhabitants, aka you and I. So I would say that this gentleman has profound clinical depression, and in justification of that belief, he's come up with a very complex conspiratorial worldview that explains, oh, I'm not just depressed or suffering, I'm suffering because someone is farming my suffering for loosh. Yeah.
But that's what people think about. They think of red, yellow, and orange, those colors all mixed together, okay? And just endless torture with
We're all at the mercy of the ideal masters now. I wish we were at the mercy of the Morphin masters.
Flames and devils with pitchforks, okay? That's what they're thinking about, and they just completely just scoff at the idea of a hell realm. Like, no, it's not a hell realm. This is a place to learn. This is a place to grow. This is a place to grow your spirit, okay, and your consciousness. It is a test. It is a game. Okay, that's what they want to think. It just makes them feel better about their existence. And
as opposed to his delusions that make him feel worse about this existence, and obviously his delusions are superior. That's what I tell myself about my negative thoughts. Lance is trying to love herself with 18 months says, I just found out one of my pit bosses that I respect is a young earth creationist and biblical literalist, but I work in a casino, a wretched hive of scum and villainy, so it fortunately doesn't come up much. To his credit, he finds churches and preachers hypocrites, but still a little yikesy. Anyway, hope you're all having a decent January. I hope you are too. This sub-baby's name is going to be Nicholas Pancakes. Nicholas Pancakes. Bittergrin says, has he considered just being a Buddhist? That wouldn't be avant-garde enough.
And disallows them to face the difficult things in life and difficult spiritual things to actually evolve in any way at all. Evolving would be getting out of this matrix and getting...
Imagine spending your reincarnation loop complaining about your reincarnation loop. That's not very middle path of you, bro.
True freedom like we all deserve, we're all striving for. So the name could be different.
Green guy with the $5 tip says, Hannah, isn't that what you're doing, farming suffering for your shows? Shh, don't let them know, don't let them in on it. It's fine, your suffering doesn't feed me, it doesn't nourish me. I don't find your suffering delicious at all. Covered.
But it's hard to think of a name that's going to really, describe this place accurately. So this is not like the devil with pitchforks, flames, and fire, hell, that we call it as a hell realm, right? It is much more deceptive than that. It is much more tricky than that. Now, if I was the demiurge or the evil monster creator of this place,
demiurge.
For that matter,
oh,
we're
going Gnostic.
It that obvious. If I'm going to be tricking or trapping spirits in here to energize this place, to power this place for my own entertainment, I'm not going to be making obvious that I'm enslaving them now, aren't I? I'm going to have a beautiful sunrise in the morning and a beautiful sunset at night, a beautiful blue sky. But I'm also going to have some suffering as well. I'm going to have some that duality, I'm going to have darkness. I'm going to have tornadoes and hurricanes and death and war as well. Because, I mean, hey, I got to get the energy from people somehow. And it's also entertainment for me as well. So it's very entertaining to see these spirits suffer. And also at the same time think that they're in some...
Have they heard about television? Because you can be entertained from fiction.
Paradise, or that all they have to do is be good and then they're going to go to heaven or some better realm. I just get so much joy from that. So that is me as a demiurge, not in reality, of course, as I am one of the imprisoned spirits here with all of you folks out there. And so, yeah, it is a hell realm. It is deceptive. It is tricky. And that is a perfect design for deception, isn't it? Because people aren't going to fight. People are not going to even talk about it. I mean, they've deceived people so much that a hell realm, a soul trap, is just the furthest thing from their thinking. They think that's just some big joke, or these are just...
I don't even think... Is he under the impression that the vast majority of people have even heard of this? I noticed that conspiracy theorists vastly overestimate how many people are even aware of the weird thing they believe. So strange. Lance is trying to love herself, says I thought hell was other people. As I have established before, that line was written by a Frenchman, and he only believed it because he was surrounded by other French people. Don't trust the French. Their worldview is completely fucked by having to live in France.
People who want to prematurely end their life. Now, we know why they think that, and it's from programming from Hollywood movies and TV, of course, because they're going to show you...
Nemesaur approves of my French joke and gives 20 tier 1 subs, kicking off a hype train. Thank you, Nemesaur.
Movies, the behaviors they want you to have, and then the behaviors they don't want you to have. There's going to be consequences, right?
I'm adjusting
some
my...
guy in a movie is saying, you know what, Chuck, I think this is...
Overthought says, the French think Jerry Lewis is a genius, can't be trusted. True! They also like the movie Incubus, so...
The hell realm.
Lance is trying to love herself, says, counterpoint, the French know how to throw a worker strike. True.
The other guy, he's not going to be like, oh, well, Jimmy, why do you think that?
Holy shit, 2% to level 6 on the hype train.
I don't think it's a hell realm.
Reminder that if you want to help me make more money, if I get to 300 regular subscribers, I'll get bumped up to tier 2 of the Twitch Partner Plus program, and I'll make 20% more off of gift subs and everything. So, yeah, consider subscribing.
Why do you think it's a hell realm? And then Jimmy's like, well, because, there's pain and suffering, there's disease, there's
Bittergrin,
war,
thanks for 100 bits.
My back hurts. There's death, there's losing relatives, friends, family members, there's animals eating each other, life eating life, diseases, natural disasters. You got to work like a slave your entire life with barely anything left over at the end.
Doesn't understand their problem is capitalism on the bingo card.
And on and
do
on.
Do I still have to maintain that amount of subs for 3 months like before? Yes.
Right. I mean,
and then it sticks for a year.
He can go on all day long. Now, is Chuck going to say, you know what, Jimmy, I'm glad you brought that to my attention because I'm thinking differently about things now, and I may not be 100% with you on this.
Have I seen any of the Flat One Earthers calling the final experiment evil by way of Nazi association, i.e. final solution? I've not heard that. Have you? Or are you just asking?
But, in time, we might be like-minded on the subject. Is that going to happen? Or is Chuck going to say, oh, Jimmy, you must have forgotten to take your meds today. Oh, Jimmy needs to go see the psychiatrist. That's what's going to happen in the movie. Jimmy is going to be outcast.
We're all watching a movie on the bingo card. Humiliated Grapes, thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 subs.
Jimmy is going to be ostracized. He is not going to be taken seriously whatsoever. So that's what's going to happen. That's from programming in movies. And that's how people are, like robots, just, programmed robots. And then that leaves us, right? That leaves us to just kind of know a little more about what's going on here. And then we get to speak into these screens, communicating with each other because there's no...
On some level, I empathize NPCs on the bingo card, if it's on there. Yeah, I don't know if it is. There's a level of me that feels really bad for conspiracy theorists and the ones that are, like, into calling people NPCs and robots. Because to me, that just illustrates that their thinking is so out of line with other people that the vast majority of other human beings are confounding to them. Because to a conspiracy theorist, what they're doing is rational. A conspiracy theorist doesn't think they're being irrational. If they did, they wouldn't believe the things they do. They believe the things they do because they're making bad conclusions or they're making bad assumptions and it screws up their thought process, or they desperately need something to be true. But then they see other people around them, everyone else in the world virtually, not coming to the same conclusions that to them seem obvious, even though they're not. So their conclusion has to be, well, everyone else is brainwashed, everyone else is a robot, an NPC. Why don't they see what I see? And it's easier to say there's something wrong with everyone else than it is to introspect and consider, oh my god, is there something wrong with me? Is there something wrong with my beliefs or how I think? Yeah, it's got to be incredibly alienating. Minute left in the hype train.
Nobody within, 500 square miles of me that freaking thinks anything like I do. Of course, right? Now, it's funny how it all works out, right? This stuff works out for some people. It's one,
yes, reincarnation on the bingo card.
One thing, for others, it's another. For me, it's like, I'm just like, you know what? I want to learn about politics. I want to learn about the right. And I want to learn about the left. And I want to learn about what's best. And I want freedom. Freedom for all. Well, freedom for ones that are responsible enough for freedom, at least. I want a small government. Kind of like an anarchist kind of guy. No government or small government. If we're going to have a government, it's going to be small. So I was into all that stuff. You get into like the Alex Jones show, InfoWars. And then David Weiss, the agent shill, David Weiss, flat earther guy, shows up on InfoWars talking about the flat earth. I'm like, oh, I've heard of the flat earth. I've heard of it.
Thanks for the hype train.
People actually think the earth's flat. This is amazing. This is really exciting. This is the most exciting thing that's ever happened in my life. I'm going to look into it. Finally, I took the dive off the deep end, looking at flat earth. One thing led to another, and now I'm here. And now I think life is hell. Like, what is going on? Right? So that's what you find out. You find out everything.
That's a pretty tight encapsulation of the conspiracy rabbit hole, isn't it? Like, I don't know if he intended to do that, but he accidentally actually illustrated how you just kind of get curious and you can get sucked down these pipelines. Sheesh.
Things a fucking lie. Everything you've ever looked into, everything you look into is a lie. Everything you ever thought about was wrong. Okay? That's what ends up happening. Now, people will say, well, that's man-made shit. The men, the humans, they make it hell for you. It's not this land, this great land. Mother Earth. But it is Mother Earth. It is because, guess what? My body comes from Mother Earth, and I'm going to get old and wrinkly. And I don't know. I don't even want to say the things that are going to happen to me potentially here. But I'm going to be suffering more and more. I'm going to lose parents. I'm going to lose friends, family members, Grandparents are gone. It's like, got to deal with that. Siblings, are going to pass someday. I might get some crazy disease, right?
This guy is having like a crazy existential crisis. Like, this is bad. Yeah.
That's not anything from man, really. I mean, even if like I was totally 100% healthy, all natural, still I could fall over, slip on ice someday and crack my head open. Right? I also have to endure the suffering of others. I have to see that. Animals are eating each other alive all day long. It's the code in this place. It's the program. The code was for that to happen. Okay, and then the elites get to be in charge. The elites are evil, so they get to be in charge of everything and how we live our human lives. So if we're in nature, we're fucked. If we've tamed nature and we're living in human civilized world, we're fucked too. Either way. So this place, natural disasters, I mean, on and on and on. The memory wipe. I mean, do you remember anything from the past? I don't remember anything. Maybe I do, but it's buried under all this other shit. Or I don't know, I might have some memory or some weird thought, but I don't know if that was a past life or whatever. It could be a dream. Who the fuck knows?
No, I don't think he took substances. I think he's just having problems. I've watched this guy before. He has, I think, times where he doesn't do as well, and he starts to spiral. I hope he's able to get help, because he is clearly incredibly depressed, and that, combined with his delusional stuff, it's like... It's the type of stuff you see from, like, schizoaffective disorder, where it's like the delusions of something like schizophrenia, but there's also emotional elements like depression and anxiety that persist. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Try this one.
Pictures or photos in this video, but I'm gonna speak about the connection between Germany and Antarctica on this crater Earth. I know for the big majority of the human population still lives on a globe spinning in space with curved water, but I'm gonna keep it short and simple to the point. I use the KISS method, keep it simple, stupid. We have to start by actually speaking about the Thule Society. You write Thule, T-H-U-L-E, Thule or Thule, how you want to spell that. It was a secret society. I'm not going to say too much about them because it's actually forbidden according to the terms and conditions of YouTube, but they had the links to the occult, and they were founded in 1919, so way before the Second World War started. Thule members actually became very influential early political party sponsors of the you-know-what word is not allowed to be said with the Z or the Z in it. Has 4 letters. But yeah, in the party of the man with a mustache from Germany. And the man with a mustache, he adopted Thule's symbol, that's swastika, as his own party emblem. That's where the actual thing comes from. And also it is said, I don't know how true this is, that the mentor of the man with the mustache was also a very respected person as a member of the Thule Society. Now, the Thule Society leader, one of the leaders, because there was many leaders, one of them invited 2 young, very beautiful women who were trans mediums, that's why we call them trans mediums, to a meeting. And one of these was the famous Maria Orsic. And she explained that she was able to connect with extraterrestrials. Remember, the word extraterrestrial alien works perfectly fine on a crater Earth, because it's extraterrestrial, extra terra, which means from a different land, from a different
incorrect word origin as evidence on the bingo card.
Continent beyond the wall, or like in a different place. And if you watch the movies, like
yeah, this is the guy that begged the Nazis to come take him.
the 100, like it's a TV series,
Transphobia or dimensions beyond our own, or word origins. Word origins. And was he making a comment on trans people when he was breaking that word down and saying like trans mediums? Was he trying to say that?
100 or other movies. Channeling, when you say about channeling, we have telepathy, so it is possible by using technology to take control of another human being's
Layerkin,
brain
thanks for
at a
following.
distance. So, you know,
take him where? To Antarctica. Race, not trans? Ah, okay.
What makes me
then
so
just word origin.
Like sad when people speak about channeling as if it was like something spiritual or something. No, you can actually use telepathy and technology.
All right, I'm skipping through videos real quick. But he is difficult. Okay. Here's a video we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch it. Wretched Recess is back again.
Hey everyone, let's transvestigate the Andrews sisters.
Transvestigation on the bingo card.
This is a group of 3 sisters that were popular in the 1930s and especially the 1940s. They were kind of like America's sweethearts. And in this group, we have Laverne, who's the one I'm really suspecting. We're going to focus on Laverne.
Transvestigate the Marx Brothers, you coward.
Patty.
Harpo's too soft.
And Maxine. In some of the photos, it looks like all of them could possibly be men, but in almost every single photo, just like every photo I saw, Laverne is looking very sus. So let's just jump into it. We're going to go down the line here. I mean, this isn't the most feminine looking photo. And then there's this. And then there's this. This looks like somebody's dad put a wig and a glove on and is fooling around, right? I mean, that's just a completely male face, big male skull, big nose, big jaw. Creepy. I have a lot of photos. We're going to go through them kind of fast. See, Maxine is pretty passable in my opinion. I think that might be Patty. No. I think that's Laverne. It was hard to tell because this one has like a babushka on. But if that's Patty, she looks a little more masculine there with the hair pulled back.
She just looks like a normal woman. I know, that's why I love these videos. Makes me feel so much better about myself. This lady just looks at either average to like above average women from the past and transvestigates them.
Man face. But her I don't know about for sure. But as you can see, Laverne
or cartoons,
like kind of a big slope forehead, and the
it tells me the problem is not in myself, it's in her brain.
Brow arches there. But that doesn't look like her jaw. This is kind of a weirder picture. Okay, I'm really glad they took this photo because we're going to go down the row here. you know, this top picture, I think that one's Maxine. They look younger here, but it is kind of a square face. You know, those two are okay. Hold on, let me push this picture up. Laverne, I feel like, fails on every single level. This transvestigation. Big sloping back forehead. You can see her male, like, brow ridge. That's the word I was looking for. That's a pretty big nose. It looks like a square face rather than an oval face. And it's a big jaw. And look at how they, you know, strategically did that lipstick. Just a man.
I strategically did, like, what do you mean you strategically did the lipstick? To put it on so it looks nice? I don't know. Like, the style's different. It's a pretty flat lipstick, like, pattern she's doing, but, like, I don't know the makeup styles of the time.
Face. I mean, honestly, this one's a little suspicious, too. It's kind of a square face and a big head. But she's got
Clyde,
the
have a
widow's
good night.
peak. Like, this one just looks a little more feminine than Laverne. All right, I think this is like an album cover, The Golden Age of the Andrews Sisters. Down here we have Maxine, Patty, and Laverne looking like a drag queen with her big old face and jaw. There is no way that this is a woman. This one's funny because here's Maxine. I can never tell about Maxine. Maxine looks okay. Patty. Laverne looks like B. Arthur, who, I mean, even when I was a little kid, I thought B. Arthur was a man, and I was super confused.
Stop shitting on B. Arthur. B. Arthur's incredible.
Doesn't Laverne look just like B. Arthur here from the Golden Girls? Such a man face, right? And I've said this in my other videos, they always have to tell us who they are. Every single one of them is making the Baphomet, the Baphomet sign with their fingers. It's this sign right here. When you see celebrities do that, it's not a peace sign. That's the sign for a transgender, like they're letting you know.
I didn't get that memo. When did we get this email? I was supposed to do this? Fine. Good to know. How do I think Wretched Reset would feel if someone transvestigated her? Probably not great. She doesn't show herself on camera, which might be one of the reasons why.
So they...
And Just a Peach with $1 says, she has no idea how the makeup of the time worked. I understand that it was not varied.
They're all making that. She's kind of...
When you say not varied, do you mean that it's just, like, very flat and there's not a lot of, like, different colors and, like, depth going on in the makeup, and that's why it kind of looks like flat, basic face, you know what I mean?
Something weird here.
They removed cigarettes from the pic. It certainly looks like they're in, like, that's what was my first thought, too, was it looks like they're miming smoking or something?
Yeah, that's what that means. And then this is a particularly homely looking picture of Patty in the middle. I'm not showing Laverne on purpose because, anyways, look at Maxine's arm is looking pretty long there. And just some photos and some poses, I can't really tell about her. Patty looks a little masculine there. And there's Laverne looking like just the worst tranny ever that I've ever seen.
Strike!
It's so homely. I don't know how she passed, how nobody guessed this, but she's got a really long arm that's like practically touching the floor too. She reminds me of the one in the Cordettes that looks super masculine. Same body shape, same manly face, same long arm. Maxine, Patty, flatback tranny Laverne.
2. One more strike and you're out, lady.
Your thoughts about Maxine, who, I mean, that's a more feminine face than Laverne.
No, everyone got one option. It didn't matter if you had round face or square. Yeah, that's true. That's something I hadn't considered. A lack of variety in makeup product for different skin types, for different face shapes, for different, yeah, everyone just kind of had to do the best with what you got.
For sure, right? There's a little bit of the widow's peak, which is a feminine trait. She's hard to tell. I don't know about her.
I wonder,
Patty,
she definitely doesn't know I exist. So I'm just wondering, how upset would Wretched Recess be if she knew that, like, I existed and watched her videos for entertainment purposes and made fun of them, and also got more views live? Like, I have more live viewers right now, 276 viewers right now. Her video was posted 3 days ago and it has 88 views. Would she be super duper upset to know that a trans woman is taking her thing where she's trying to make fun of trans people on the internet, and now a trans person is making fun of her, or at least making fun of the ideas? How the turntables.
I'm a little on the fence about too. But for sure, Laverne. Give me a break, Laverne. Like, what are we doing right now? I can't even take Laverne seriously. And this is like a very...
And she couldn't even transvestigate me because I'm openly trans.
Less glam photo. Kind of looks like an everyday photo, but that's a very interesting... That's like a royal symbol, right? What Maxine is wearing there. So that's interesting. That's on her shirt. I forget what that's called at the moment. Here's Patty and ready for Laverne. Oh my gosh, Laverne. I can't. I can't with Laverne, okay? This is like ridiculous. And like this photo must be before like Patty
She'd just say I'm secretly cis. That would be even funnier.
Her hair, because I can't really tell. I think this one's Maxine. I'm not going to show Laverne yet. Or is that Maxine? I can't tell, but she's kind of pretty, right? I feel like Maxine is the prettiest one.
M. Scheffler.
We're not buying it, Laverne.
Thanks for 37 months.
None of us are buying it. Not with that jaw, not with that huge forehead, not with like the wide eyes. Just stop messing with me, Laverne. Maxine, Patty, Laverne, the huge jaw. I think they're a little older in this photo.
Lucas Dawn says, does she have face blindness? She keeps saying she can't tell them apart. I've noticed there's a higher, like, instance of face blindness among conspiracy theorists. This is, in fairness, self-reporting. I'm basing this on many conspiracy theorists in one video or another mentioning that they're somewhat face blind. And conspiracy theorists are bad at correct pattern recognition. Don't get me wrong, they'll do pattern recognition, but they're bad at it. They pick out patterns that aren't really there. So when it comes to actual pattern recognition, they're deficient. And like recognizing people's faces is pattern recognition. So I would guess that that's the correlative element. Mayo Emery's of Caldera says, more than half those views are people who are just keeping an eye on her bigotry for hilarity purposes, guaranteed. Bittergrin says she'll dig up pre-transition photos and prove that you are always a woman. I don't know if Hannah is a true trans woman as she doesn't even know the secret gang sign. It's true. Fake.
Oh, but it's, we can see it's like a more natural picture too. Maxine. Patty sometimes makes me wonder. And then we just have Laverne looking like a man down here on the right. It was really hard to find photos of them just standing up straight, like, you know, straight in a line. There's always a distraction. There's always a poofy skirt, but
they're in show business. You think they're gonna have a promotional picture where they're all just standing there like, hello, hi, we are here for our promotional photo, please take the picture.
Always at an angle, and I think that's intentional. So we've got Maxine on the left, Patty in the middle, and big old big hand, big jaw Laverne on the right. And this isn't the Andrews sisters, but I saw this photo on Pinterest as I was going through looking for pictures of them. I believe this is from the 1940s. And
they're doing the speak no evil, hear no evil, see no evil thing.
Surprised to see this symbolism. So that's been happening from even back then. And like that definitely looks like a man face, doesn't it, right there? But the fact that they're posing like that, I just thought, oh my gosh, like I thought the 40s and 50s and even early 60s were supposed to be this like pure and innocent time, but this stuff has been going on for a very long time. Sad. I have more photos, but honestly, like look at Laverne on top. I just can't with her, him, it anymore, they, them. I mean,
that's not how any of those pronouns work. Jesus.
And I think those are kind of like very manly figures. They do not look feminine here at all. And this photo, like no woman stands like that. Or, I mean, this is just a very weird.
I hope someday, 100 years from now, a crackpot finds my old videos and makes a conspiracy about them. That would be beautiful.
Kind of.
The circle of life. And that's all I can do. I want to get a cease and desist.
Manly type situation. Are those devil horns? I think Patty's giving us devil horns and Laverne's just being a dude.
What would make her think that the 40s were innocent? As we all know, the 40s were incredibly innocent with, you know, the whole World War happening and stuff in the early part.
As usual, down over here, but look how masculine that looks. Wide shoulders on all of them here, as you can see. I think they might have shoulder pads, but maybe not. But that's just a very odd...
Imagine if somebody says you're cis. I'd probably ask them, if I'm so cis, where did the penis in my pants come from?
Pose or stance, like...
Hannah regrets what she just said on the bingo card.
For a woman. Not buying it, especially Laverne. And I feel like I'm looking at, like, pretend these are, like, two of your aunts, and then, like, one of your uncles, like, dressed up as a joke. Like, that's what this one looks like to me. But as you can see here, it looks like the shoulders are wider than the hips. Like, that would be male shoulder to hips ratio. But like I said, they're, like, never standing up straight. I have one photo, and I saved it for the end, and that'll be, like, the smoking gun.
More like the smoke. More like the smoking Hun. Ugh, shouldn't have done
guys,
that.
I keep showing Laverne last because I just can't with her at this point. So here's the two, Maxine and Patty. My gosh. Please, Laverne.
I'm sorry, that's a joke rooted in Fortran lingo. I'm sorry.
You're gonna love
Bad Hannah.
Laverne in this one. Ready? So here's Maxine. Patty looking kind of masculine in this.
Lance is trying to love herself, says, hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil was popularized by carvings on the Toshogu Shinto shrine in Nikko, Japan. It's literally older than electronic media.
One, to be honest. And then Laverne is just giving us the Baphomet sign, telling us she's transgender, like... I can't with you, Laverne. Look at her jaw and, like, man face. What am I looking at? I never realized the Andrews sisters showed any skin or legs, but kind of manly, kind of not super feminine looking. They always have distractions going on. I need to see the shoulder to hip ratio, but yeah, this is looking a little masculine to me. How about you? Same here, and I think Patty in the middle is giving us devil horns again. She's done that in several of these photos, but I was shocked to see this. Usually I've seen the Andrews sisters, like, covered up, and those kind of look like male knees and male thighs, don't they?
Male knees! I can honestly say, as a trans person, I have never once in my life been dysphoric about my knees. I'm not saying no one ever has been. Different people fixate on different body parts. But I will say this. I have never found my knees to be masculine as a trans woman. I've never been like, oh, these damn manly knees.
Very masculine. Okay, and here's my only like smoking gun photo where they're kind of standing up straight. Who is this one? I think that might be Maxine. They look a little older here, but look at the narrow hips and the wide shoulders, and the shoulders are way broader than the hips.
How common is knee dysphoria? Probably rare. Probably rare.
That's
I'm not
better.
going to say it doesn't exist because people hyperfixate on weird, specific things sometimes, you know? I have things about my body that I specifically hyperfixate on that I'm sure no one notices, but like, it is what it is. Illis Filler says, my armchair psychoanalysis, it feels like this person has internalized misogyny and insecurities about her appearance being feminine enough, so she attacks other people for not fitting into her internal ideal model of masculine and feminine appearance. Insecurity about oneself is a pretty big component of most transvestigation. I think she also has a level of latent attraction for women that she's not being honest about, because many of the women she has transvestigated, she's been like, I had such a big crush on her. I didn't realize until I was older it's because she was secretly a man. Like, I get the vibe that at some point, I don't know if she became more religious or just got older and learned, you know, certain heteronormative expectations for her, and she decided, okay, these attractions I had, these must be men, you know?
Laverne, right? I can't with Laverne. Yeah, this one too, all of them, the shoulders are much wider than the hips, and that is a male figure. So I'm going to go ahead and say I 100% believe Laverne here. I'm not stating for a fact, but in my humble opinion, I think Laverne is a man. And go ahead and let me know what you guys think about the other two in the comments. If this made you smile, hit the like button and...
If this made you smile... Was me being incredibly insulting and offensive to individuals as well as entire subgroups of human beings? Did that make you smile? Oh, boy. Alright, let's take a look at the bingo card and see where we're at, shall we? Did we have use as AI? I think so. Spurious symbology is evidence. Doesn't understand how cameras work. Doesn't understand their problem is capitalism. Word salad. Incorrect word origin is evidence. Transphobia, transvestigation. Clintons. The Matrix. That guy was talking about the soul matrix, reincarnation matrix, I believe. We're all watching a movie. Past lives reincarnation. When did someone say they're a genius? I don't recall that. Hannah mentions cheese. I did, yes, for the melt. Thank you. And Hannah regrets something she just said. True. True. Yeah, we have one of the cats makes a guest appearance on here. Yep, we got the Matrix. See what's next. Oh, you're right. Illuminati did come up. Real quick. Let me go back to the bingo card. We did get Illuminati. No, Transvestigation is its own spot, so not how women work is a different thing. PSYOP for MLK? No.
I want to speculate on something here that most of you will probably think I'm crazy for. But if they have robots that are this good, and
you say this good like it's not clearly an uncanny valley nightmare. Like, I get it compared to previous attempts at making humanoid-type robots. Like, I get it. I get that that's progress. But it's very creepy and does not look like a real person.
I know, probably as much as you know, that they have technology way, way better than they let us see. Well then, what's better than this?
This trope that secretly the government or them has technology like 50 years ahead of the curve is so interesting, because it's not really... Like, there's an element of truth to that, in the sense that, like, there's certain things that are developed for the government that don't end up becoming consumer products until much later. Think something like GPS, right? The internet, you know? But it's led to conspiracy theorists believing that, like, every consumer electronic everything is 50 years behind what they have, and that's just, like, not how things work. That's not how things work generally.
I'll get to that in a second, but first what you need to know is they practice their technology on us and see if we're smart enough to know that that's a hologram. So when they use their holograms in different ways, they know if we're going to be able to tell the difference or not. And now back to our what could possibly be better...
Believe sci-fi technology exists on the bingo card?
Robotic
holograms?
Technology than that, because that looks pretty good. And let me first start off by saying what it's not. It's not this. A lot of people thought this was real, but that is just a woman playing the part and doing...
If you believed that, you're very gullible and shouldn't watch TikTok anymore.
A really good job. But that's what they also like to do. Muddy the waters. So...
No, they're not. No one is muddying the waters. People are just nuts. People are foolish. People are reactionary and go, oh, I saw a thing on the internet. Oh my God. No one needs to muddy the waters. No one is doing this to you or your audience. You are going out and looking for things to trick you, and then you're mad when you were wrong, and you look for someone to blame, like, who tricked me? You did! You tricked yourself!
We don't know the difference. Now here's where the speculation comes in. I've done some videos on these guys, but this isn't that type of video where I say one is playing the other. Oh no, this is the video where I say, I think Keanu is literally a robot in this premiere of Sonic the Hedgehog. Why don't we first listen to what Jim has to say about playing this role?
Now, a lot of people said, I don't know if you should do the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, Jim. And I thought, you know what? It's the perfect character on the dawn of the AI and robotic revolution, you know? And I'm right in the zeitgeist right now. I'm in the sweet spot.
Now, on top of looking completely lifeless...
Whatever convinces him to continue to show up and put on the stupid mustache, I'm happy for it. Jim Carrey, please keep playing Robotnik. You're great.
Here, at this premiere, I want you to look at how he's moving. And as you watch his robotic, lifeless movements, I want you to also keep in mind what Jim said about being at the zeitgeist of the AI robotic movement.
Does he not know that the villain in Sonic is named Dr. Robotnik? He's nicknamed Dr. Eggman. But his name is Dr. Robotnik, and his whole thing is he creates, like, robots and AI and destroys nature. Sonic's been out since the 90s, man. You had 30 years to figure this out. Like, how is this on me that you don't know Sonic things when you made a Sonic video? Speaking of which, Sonic Generations X Shadow is great. All the Shadow stuff is awesome. Highly recommend.
Now, I know Keanu is known for not being the sharpest tool in the shed, but this looks...
Is he? I know he, like, has played people like... Ted? Ted in Bill and Ted? I always get him mixed up. Yeah, he's Ted. He's played characters that are buffoonish, but, like, I don't think that's his real personality.
Looks like something...
Because he's acting.
...different to me. Now pay particular attention to how his hands move and just how robotic he seems.
You and Jim Carrey.
I met him I'd met him socially in passing once, like 6-7 years ago. But then really just hanging out for the first time in London at the premiere of Sonic 3, yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And 2024 is coming to a close. Do you have anything on your bucket list for 2025?
I don't want to do bucket lists. I don't want to kick buckets. I don't want to put anything in the bucket. I don't know.
I don't think... What does he mean, robotic? He's just talking.
He literally misses his face where he's going to itch here. That seems off.
No, it doesn't! He's doing multiple things. He's on the red carpet. He's just going to, like, do this.
He's not human.
What?
Now, like I said, this is pure speculation. I could be 1,000% wrong here, but I'll tell you one thing I know I'm not wrong about. The fact that they want us confused. They don't want us to be able to tell the difference between robotic and real life. And like
no, most people can tell. Yes, just a peach, you added me, but there wasn't anything. Minty Treasure says, this line from Jim Carrey's Wikipedia entry has to be my all-time favorite wiki entry. In April 2022, Carrey announced that he was considering retirement, saying, I have enough. I've done enough. I'm enough. He said he would return if he was offered a script that he felt would be really important for people to see. In February 2024, it was announced Carrey would reprise his role as Dr. Robotnik in Sonic the Hedgehog 3.
I think they intentionally muddy the waters to keep us confused because
Juggle.
They claim these are robotics, and I think these are actually just actresses again. Now, like I said, I could be wrong, and that could just be Keanu being a goof, but
yeah,
I would almost guarantee that we probably
almost
wouldn't be able to
guarantee
tell the difference between
that's
real
something
and robotics based on the technology they have and the technology they're keeping hidden from us. But of course, this is all entertainment. I know that Jim and Keanu definitely aren't the same people, and that's definitely not a robot.
Have you ever noticed that these people are insufferable? What's up with that? What's the deal with airline food?
Well, hello folks. I want to make this video today to discuss with you briefly this recent event in Las Vegas at the Sphere called The End of Genesis. And you can see there the poster for the...
You were saying it was a rude question to ask someone who watched his friend die. Did he?
Event.
I didn't know that.
Rather disturbing again. This propaganda that we are seeing over and over again that is being pushed more and more on this generation in terms of this counterfeit recreation, new Genesis. You see the word Genesis there with cis, S-Y-S at the end.
That's because you can trademark it. You can't necessarily trademark like really basic ass words. Also, Genesis has also been used for things like the Sega Genesis. You spell it weird. You throw in a Y. You can trademark that. The answer is usually capitalism, by the way. If you're like, why is this thing like that? Like 80% of the time it's capitalism, in this case. Trademark law.
Self-ascension. This Gnosticism.
He was with I didn't know he was with River Phoenix when that happened. Wow.
Transhumanism, this counterfeit spirituality, and this self-elevation that we keep seeing being pushed again and again on this society. Now, the idea of showing this is not to elevate it or promote it in anyone's mind. This really is about exposing false philosophies that is being pushed on this world. And as you can see here, the symbolism really is about this new age or new dawn of humanity. It is very humanistic in its essence, and really there is nothing new under the sun. It's all the same counterfeit deception that has come from, ironically, the book of Genesis, where the serpent was in the Garden of Eden saying that you can become as God, knowing good and evil, the tree of knowledge, taking a bite from the fruit. And that is the heart of what Gnosticism is about thinking that you can become as God through gnosis, or knowledge, and self.
Fenigagami says it's pretty easy to tell why weird Christians and conspiracy theorists go hand in hand these days. They're both obsessed with a persecution complex. They need to feel persecuted because their worldview falls apart otherwise. For Christians, it's part of the prophecy. For conspiracy theorists, it's to simplify their worldview and explain why no one likes them. Lance is trying to love herself, says, streamer legs spotted, screeches like an invasion of the body snatchers.
Elevation. So let me show you some of the disturbing imagery from this event. And as I said, this is not to elevate it in anyone's mind, but rather to cast down false philosophies and show you what is being promoted, so that you can find the truth of the gospel of Jesus Christ, which is the only way to salvation. You see here, they show imagery of like these neurons coming together, the elevation of mankind in humanism into a singularity, as the propaganda shows the world coming together as one in rebellion against the God of creation, our Father who is in heaven. You see him breaking out here into this scene above these waters where he has like these counterfeit powers, these lying signs and wonders where he's able to manipulate water. You see here, raising out his hand and lifting up water. These supposed godlike powers as this man is being elevated, this antichrist agenda. You see here that he's raising up his arms and this energy, these powers are coming into himself as he ascends.
It's literally just like visuals for a show, man. What are you doing?
To be like a false god. And as he raises up and elevates, he gets these wings made of light. This is the false light, yet again, showing in this sphere in front of thousands upon thousands of people in Las Vegas the other week. And he elevates himself. He goes up and you see that the firmament is burnt open and he ascends like into the second heaven.
It's
So
literally
really
just visuals for a concert. This guy saw a laser rock show. I think he'd lose his mind.
Showing this Gnosticism, this idea in Gnosticism to become like a higher being, a counterfeit spirituality, as the firmament is burnt away.
Queen Pib says, when I think of chase cities that we ought not corrupt with the Antichrist, it's definitely Las Vegas.
Way as he self-elevates, very much like this picture of Gnosticism, this guy like reaching through the veil, so to speak, coming from this created world and ascending himself through to a higher level, or to see through the veil to become like an ascended being, and which is the essence of the deception within Gnosticism, where they believe that this created world was created by...
I got a new follower, and it's just trans woman. Thanks for following.
Demiurge, which is a blasphemy of our creator God. And they think that this created world, this material world, is on like a lower level, and they need to raise themselves up through that self-enlightenment to a higher state of being, and they think that they can ascend past this lower created world, this material world, and self-elevate into a higher spirituality or a higher consciousness.
Okay, this woo-woo's scratching at my brain in a way I don't like. How about JFK? That's a classic.
You think you know why they killed him. You think it was politics, or that they feared his charisma, his vision, his way of rallying people against the establishment. But what if I told you that everything you believe about the assassination of John F. Kennedy is a lie?
John F. Kennedy?
Fully constructed to bear...
Yeah, I see why people are losing their jobs to this. What a great system!
A truth so terrifying, so incredible, that even today, the world isn't ready to face it. They told you it was one lone gunman. I'm here to tell you that it was...
Literally, for this, you could have transposed an actual picture of Kennedy onto this image. Why did you have AI make the worst fake Kennedy ever?
Never that simple. And I'm the only one left who knows the real reason why they silenced him. And now, they're coming for me too. My name is Frank Mercer, and I was there.
Very
I stood
real.
a few feet from the president on that fateful day in Dallas.
Oh, did you get sprayed?
Trying to protect him with my life.
Oh wow, you fucked up, man. You like fucked up big time.
I saw what happened. I heard the final words he said, words that have haunted me every night for over 50 years.
You don't want to be in the splash zone on the Zapruder tape.
They told me to forget, to keep my mouth shut. But the truth has a way of clawing its way out, especially when your days are numbered.
Like Kennedy and Nixon had a baby. Hey, they had to do something in the green room before their debate. Who got whom pregnant is what I want to know. Who's the top in Kennedy v. Nixon?
I'm an old man now, and I've been waiting for this moment, to finally share the secret that cost me my career, my sanity, and almost my life. I've got nothing left to lose, and the people I trusted for so many years are gone. If you're hearing this, it means I've been found. But before they can shut me up for good, you need to know what really happened. You need to know why they killed him, and why I was silenced. Click. The sound of a tape recorder echoes through a dimly lit room. I'm recording this from an undisclosed...
You couldn't even, like, get a click sound effect. You had to have the AI voice read the click. Do you know how easy it is to find a tape recorder sound effect like that? Here, let me show you. Look. Tape recorder click sound effect. No, we'll just have AI crudely read click.
Location. The last place
Back in my day, we had to make videos on Windows Movie Maker, and we had annotations, and we liked it.
I have left to hide. The shadows have been closing in on me for years, but they always knew where to find me. I feel them outside even now, listening, waiting. But I need to get this out, before they come through that door. It started back in October of 1963, just a month before the assassination. I had been on the president's security detail for 2 years by then. I'd seen him at his best and his worst, watched him win over crowds with a smile that could light up a room, and watched him in the shadows when that same smile slipped away, revealing a man burdened by secrets that were eating him alive. In those final weeks, he was different. Agitated. Distracted. Even Jackie noticed it, asking me one day in passing if I'd seen him. Pacing again. I had. More than once. And it wasn't just pacing. He was locking himself in his study late at night, making calls that weren't on the schedule, meeting with people he didn't want on record. I'd seen the memos, the classified ones that he would shove into his briefcase as I approached, eyes narrowing like I was suddenly someone to be suspicious of. Then, one night, he called me into his office. I still remember the look in his eyes, sharp, piercing, like he was trying to decide whether he could trust me.
Yeah, Italian Shakespeare, the amount of AI crap that has flooded YouTube is terrible. Makes it so much more difficult to find stuff.
Frank, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Do you believe in life beyond this earth? I didn't know how to respond. I was a man of duty, not of beliefs. But his face was so earnest, so desperate, that I found myself nodding. He sighed, almost relieved, and sat down, leaning in closer, like a man about to confess a great sin. I sent a letter to the CIA last week, he continued. Demanded full disclosure of everything they have on UFOs. I know there's something more out there, something they've been hiding from us.
Oh, so in this story, JFK's a crackpot. Good. Good. Trey says, I always love the Kennedy assassination as a conspiracy, mainly because it is historically the conspiracy theory that the justice system has taken the most seriously. Literally hundreds of thousands of pages of documentation exists and is publicly available. It's at the point where they tracked down some dude who happened to have held an umbrella that day because they thought it was a little sus. Yeah, the umbrella man. For so many of these conspiratorial people, they'll never be convinced of direct evidence sent directly to them investigating the exacting that they want investigated. The umbrella man's an interesting story because the umbrella people found suspicious because it was a sunny day. And you see this all the time with conspiracy theorists. They'll say, this thing isn't right. Why is this thing weird? Why would this guy have an umbrella? It wasn't raining. And then when they actually interviewed the umbrella man, I believe the umbrella was some sort of symbol because it had to do with JFK's father. It was some political symbol that meant something, the umbrella. I forget the specifics. But it's that kind of thing that whenever in a conspiracy theory, they just say, this thing is sus. Why this thing that's weird? There are a million trillion things in this world that you don't know. If there's something that looks suspicious to you, often it's not because something off is happening. Often it's because you are missing information. That's what I would like conspiracy theories to learn, is that just because something seems off to you or is unintuitive doesn't mean it's malicious. You are probably missing information. Trey says the umbrella was the political symbol that represented the American appeasement policy in the 1930s. Thank you.
And I want to know what it is before it's too late. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. UFOs? This was the President of the United States talking like he was some fringe conspiracy theorist.
It was supposed to be fringe, but I'd like to point out that it looked like that said French.
Feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. UFOs? This was the President of the United States talking like he was some fringe conspiracy theorist.
Those damn French conspiracy theorists.
I'd heard the rumors.
Oh, oui, oui.
Everyone had. Whispered
Jet fuel cannot melt steel beams.
in the halls of the Pentagon, strange sightings by Air Force pilots that were brushed under the rug. Still, this was different. This was the President himself, and he looked deadly serious. Why are you telling me this, sir? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He leaned back, looking past me as if seeing something far away. Because if anything happens to me, you need to know it wasn't an accident. There are people.
I mean, it wasn't an accident. Lee Harvey Oswald made a pretty concerted effort to shoot him in the head. GamerG says the fact Republicans tried to Roblox their own candidate multiple times last year ruined any JFK conspiracies I could buy into. Sometimes crazy things just happen. They do. They do. Don't let proportionality bias make you buy into all sorts of bullshit conspiracy theories. Often, crazy people are able to do things. It just happens. Nothing's perfect. No security is perfect. No planning is ever perfect. You're gonna sometimes get wackadoo people doing extreme things that are unexpected that can have large ramifications. It sucks, but that's life. Dillis Filler says, ho ho ho, the gun was hidden in the ghetto, in the chateau, next to the painting of the fallen Madonna with the big boobies. What is that from?
Powerful people who will stop at nothing to keep this quiet. You hear me, Frank? If they come for me...
Oh, and sorry, Fennikagami. Fennikagami says, have you heard that Facebook and Insta might get axed if the TikTok ban? TikTokers are rallying and planning to boycott Meta as a way to punish the congressman for the ban and tank its stock, since most of the co-sponsors happen to have Meta stock. I don't think that'll work, but good luck to them.
You tell the world. Promise me. I nodded, not fully understanding what I was agreeing to, but knowing in my gut that I just stepped into something far bigger than myself. The days that followed were a blur of strange meetings and cryptic phone calls. The president was restless, almost frantic, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Then came the briefing at that remote Air Force base, an off-the-books meeting that only a handful of people knew about. I was there, standing guard, while they showed the president things I'd never seen before, things that made my blood run cold. Film footage, old and grainy, of objects moving through the sky at impossible speeds, turning angles that defied the laws of physics. Reports of unexplained encounters from pilots, soldiers.
Written like a web novel. He probably had AI write it. Alright. I have to go use the bathroom real quick. So while I do that, chill out here. I'll be back in a minute or so. And then we will watch Hans Wormhat's newest video on reptilians and the societal reset. Apple Bloom 82 with 100 bits says the fallen Madonna with the big boobies from a UK show called Allo Allo. Good to know. Alright, I'll be right back. While I'm gone, Cher will tell you about that's a good one. The Screaming Skull! Watched this on stream before, because it's in the public domain. Be right back. Hello. I've returned. How's everyone doing? Thanks for sticking around. I am back, and now it's time to jump into Hans Wormhat's newest video. Like I said, this is about reptilians and a great reset.
In this video, I'm going to talk about my personal theories about the most recent historical reset, but I kind of believe that there's, well, this is biblical, that there's nothing new under the sun. And I think that that goes with everything, that we're at a point historically, and I think that even King Solomon, back when, I think Solomon literally saw it all, did it all, and to an extent that today we think that we have all these opportunities and know so much stuff because of technology, but just go look at something like the Sigils of Solomon and...
I'm not sure Italian Shakespeare. I gotta imagine it's a reference. Actually, I don't think I think he's mentioned It's Always Sunny before. that science bitch speech, I think he takes it seriously.
There's different level, like what even were those people doing at that time? I think it's hard to even say without being there to experience it. And even the greatest cities that we have today, they're the crumbs of a society that lived before us. And
sorry, Lance. Lance said, Hannah, Chair is telling us that the only answer is accelerationism. Chair's a liar. Sekhmet says, I seriously think the gunner hit Kennedy. I think he missed, and the agent in the car panicked and accidentally shot his weapon trying to duck. I have no reason to think that that's true, but it was, out of all of the JFK conspiracy theorists, it's the only one that makes sense to me, because it's trying to cover up a stupid thing someone did on accident instead of malicious action, which to me is more realistic as to how conspiracies work. Again, I don't think that happened. But out of all of the potentials, that's the one that makes the most sense to me. Is this Tartaria? Not yet. We will see if he says it or not.
I just think of those things to kind of humble myself and to remember that technology is something from the fallen angels that is released upon the masses, and it has no bearing.
Does anything from Bible times happen if they believed everything from the past is fake? I believe so. Usually I believe they think the Bible stuff happened, and then there was, like, some of them believe that, like, the 1,000-year reign of Christ happened already. Some believe just a variety of historical resets happened, but they basically think that we are in a cycle of them, whoever they consider them to be, controlling the population and doing apocalypses every couple centuries, then repopulating the cities, teaching the children fake history, and restarting society over and over and over again. A very strange conspiracy.
On myself, the technology that's available has nothing to do with how smart I am or my ability to think logically.
That's a relief.
Right, people think that they're so much smarter today just because they have access to stuff.
We're not smarter necessarily, although education does help you become smarter, and access to education correlates with that. But, like, we have more access to information, so we're less ignorant. We're more fortunate in that we have more availability of information.
And I mean, it's kind of funny, on my last video I got a comment talking about Karl Marx and, oh, you're really a socialist and stuff. But I mean, it really is. I see where those people are coming from, of how much of this earth is all about acquisition of the means of production. Like, what is that all about? That's talking about
accidentally based on the bingo card, Comrade Hans Wormhat.
After a
Soviet anthem plays ominously in the distance.
historical reset, there's so much infrastructure out there, and we could live in a society where everybody lives happily and we have free access to food. All of this stuff should be working for us to make our lives better, but instead,
ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We got Hans.
The means of production, all of the land is grabbed up by a very small percentage of people, and then they create this magic money Illuminati system to enslave everybody else.
So close and so far.
And yeah,
water everywhere, but not a drop to drink.
I mean, I really see where they're getting at, but I just see it through the lens.
Class consciousness everywhere, but it's all been poisoned by conspiracy nonsense and anti-Semitism.
Of once there's a historical reset, there's this mad grab between the big powers. You got the mafia families, you got the Vanderbilt money families, and then you got the government men in tight.
Benikagami says, even if the meta boycott doesn't work, bots are bolstering its numbers, like Twitter after all. It's funny that most TikTokers are switching to Red Note, Chinese TikTok, as a middle finger to both the government and Zuck. I didn't know that. Funny.
Type, and then the academics, and they go grab all these buildings that they can and start much ado about nothing, And
what's with the means of production? Am I right?
The pen is mightier than the sword. They got to start writing papers. I think of the Wizard of Oz all the time, how it's just this fat guy behind the curtain, and like, what is a diploma? Piece of paper. And what, so much of that stuff, it's just so interesting how they get their authority from something that they never built themselves. Very interesting. Like, governments get this authority from their Romanesque buildings that they've just inherited at this point.
Doesn't understand architecture on the bingo card.
And yeah, I believe that that the cities, the mega cities, were probably all part of ancient Rome, and all roads lead to Rome, and
that was a statement about the vastness of their empire. It's similar to the saying, the sun never sets on the British Empire. Basically the same idiom, but from different eras.
I think that they were more advanced than us today. Maybe different access to technology, but I think that in the Nephilim times, they were probably using this sort of stuff to deceive the masses.
Nephilim on the bingo card?
I think that we've been to the moon before in past historical resets. But to get to the point, that's the ramble. Now let me just get through the video.
So he believes in the moon. That's good.
I think this most recent historical reset probably happened sometimes in the 1800s, and the late 1800s and the early 1900s were the mad scramble to get this place up and running again. And I think that the evidence kind of speaks for itself. When you view the historical evidence of what we actually have as evidence, which isn't a lot. If you think of what constitutes evidence, a lot of what we have as history is just stories people say. So it's up to your discernment.
History is just stories people say. Hans, what's a primary source document?
Yeah, that sounds believable.
And why do we read them? And why do we cross-reference them? What do you think historians do, Hans?
Or no, that doesn't sound believable. Because I know people will say the same thing about the Bible. But hey, I read the Bible and it clicks. And
we had thinks evidence is self-evident already, Drew Nielsen.
It makes sense as true. And I'm allowed to make those decisions for myself if something sounds true or not. And when I read history and when I was growing up reading history, it just seemed so much bullshit. So much stuff that's passed off as history just didn't even seem believable to me. So now, as an adult, I've realized that I'm allowed to not believe in things.
You're allowed. I don't think it's smart in this case, and it's not right. But yeah, no one said you're not allowed. I'm so tired of personal incredulity getting in the way of people accepting reality. Very tiring. I think we've taken this individualism thing, like, to an extent that for some people, it's poisoned their ability to function within a communal society. Like, they really just don't trust anyone. Or even, like, the idea of trusting ideas, like created by other people over long periods of time and vetted.
So, anyways, 1800s, 1900s, I don't know exactly. It was probably the last time they reset. And I think that looking at the photos, things make more sense when you understand historical resets. Freemasonry is all about masonry that is free. If something's free, that means you didn't have to pay for it. Why they didn't have to pay for it? Because it literally was already sitting there. And if you read...
I love that explanation for the Freemason name. That's one of my favorite stupid little conspiracy things. Just because it's so funny. They're Freemasons because they found masonry for free!
Read the Bible. The Bible's full. The beginning chapters of the Bible, like Numbers and Deuteronomy, are full of great walled cities that are being taken over, and sometimes they would just raze the city to the ground. But
yeah, like, city warfare with, like, siege tactics were a thing.
Most of the time, they would go into these cities and then occupy them. They became their city. This reminds me of cities like Paris, and that it looks like there used to be giant walls going through the city, and now maybe there's just an archway left or something like that.
Does he think that the Arc de Triomphe is is like part of a bigger wall that used to be there? Huh. Lance is trying to love herself, says, my husband had to inform me that his free nipple graft did in fact have a charge attached to it.
Man, they're so cool. I've been in the Arc de Triomphe.
Okay, he does.
Yeah.
Okay, he thinks that the Arc de Triomphe was part, like a gate on a long, giant wall. Oh. That's a shame. That's not true. That's not what that is.
Yeah, that was something else who decided to build such a thing. And it probably wasn't just a monument for a victory. That makes no sense.
The city of London still has some of its historical walls. Some of them are still there. Yeah, that's a thing in cities all over the world. New York famously had a wall, which is not there anymore. But the street still is, and its name hasn't changed. Wall Street. Not a joke. That's how Wall Street got its name. It was the street that was at one point against the wall in New Amsterdam, New York, whatever.
But it makes sense as a part of a larger fortification of a walled city. It would make sense to have a big gate like that. Anyways, let's stop the ramble and go through my slides. But the point is I think that it makes most sense when you believe, when you consider the belief that we have these things called historical resets, and it explains away the weirdness. When growing up, seeing pictures of Victorian era stuff, it feels weird because it never matches the story that they say. You'll see.
Again, it's like there's a cognitive dissonance between his pop cultural view of like the Victorian era that he's learned from cultural osmosis, movies, TV shows, maybe books if he reads. And it's not comporting with these photos, so he assumes that there's something nefarious afoot. Not that perhaps the depictions he has seen of the Victorian era aren't necessarily accurate, or that the conclusions that he has drawn from those depictions could be wrong. It has to be something malicious.
See the grand cities looking vacant and kind of in shambles. You'll see people climbing over buildings in wild ways that looks childlike or strange, not like a refined person who just built a building. Why are you climbing on the roof? Why do the windows look busted out? And why does it already look aged? I mean, if you're watching this video, I'm assuming most of you are familiar with this subject, so I won't talk more about that. I'll try to keep it to the Ice Age thing. I strongly believe that the way that they do these historical resets mostly, funnily enough, is through climate change. Man-made climate change. Maybe that's why they talk about it so much. Well, CC, it used to be global warming because they got to talk about the globe, keep the ball in your head. And I think it's maybe an instance of where they say the opposite of what they're doing.
I'm really starting to become concerned that sapience is not an effective survival strategy. Just putting it out there. I'm starting to think that maybe the great filter is just sapient beings fuck up. You can't do it. You're better off being a fungus or something. I really don't think that this sapiens thing is working out, guys.
Doing global warming, but the ultimate goal that they're going to do is to make it really cold. And maybe they'll frame it as, well, we were trying to fight global warming, but oopsie daisy, now it's all really cold all of a sudden. There's all sorts of predictive programming out there about Bill Gates wants to block the sun out. And I think they may, well, that's part of the Bible end times too, that the sun is going to go dark. So I think they'll
go back to monkey. No, monkeys are too self-aware. We got to go back further than that. We got to return to vertebrates? I don't know. What are we now? Are we invertebrates? We have spines. Which one's the one with it? Vertebrates? We need to return to invertebrate.
Blame that on the aliens. I think they'll say the aliens are blocking out the sun, or possibly Bill Gates. I don't know. I don't know if they have any more resets in them. It seems Like, the machine is barely functioning at this point. This is, who knows how many times they've reset and pretended to go to the moon, and Hollywood with their magic. Who knows? Who knows how many times they've done this? Maybe a dozen. I don't know. But it doesn't seem like they got much oomph left in it. And
Altered Undying says, "Hey Hannah, here for a second. Bought you D&D socks. Oh, thank you."
I think
popular media is evil. I think we already had that.
That this is how they do it. Blocking out this potentially explains away the weird. Some people refer to as vanilla.
Let me actually look at the bingo card real quick. Did we have that? Okay, we didn't. I don't think that would be it either, would it?
The skies in the old photos, the sky often looks very strange. I like this. This article said, Earth heading for mini ice age within 15 years. No, we are not. We aren't heading into a mini ice age. It explains the weird vanilla sky or whited out skies.
It's not whited out. That's literally, it couldn't make up the image. Doesn't understand how cameras work on the bingo card.
There were weird things going on in the sky at this era, or it was just...
No, it just can't resolve that. That's not what the camera can do at the time.
Overcast all the time in this era. And I think it's potentially the end of whatever event they orchestrated to block out the skies to create a mini ice age. And that's why they're wearing, I mean, this Florida, that's a lot of clothing for the beach in Florida. And
yeah, people wore a lot of layers, even when it was inconvenient, because it was the social custom.
And I think that's why they had so much clothing, because it was probably really cold still. I'm sure you've seen these photos and thought about how weird it looks. I don't know, I didn't read this, but...
I didn't read this, but I don't know, the title seemed like it supported my argument, so here's that, I guess. Oh my god, he admitted!
You know, there's people out there...
Hannah dies of laughter on the bingo card. Fuck it, I'll give it to you. I'm not cracking up as much as I used to. I think my threshold is for joy has just depleted as I got over 30. I'll count that, sure.
That they see planes flying in the sky and leaving trails that turn into giant clouds, and they think that you're crazy if you think that that's weather manipulation. Even though I remember growing up in the 90s, and airplanes did not always leave a trail behind them like they do now. I think so.
Jet airplanes have, not all airplanes, but jet airplanes.
I'll talk
more. That's what does the contrails, is the jets.
More about it in a second. There's another slide. But I think these days that they're just mixing in cloud seeding agents, maybe it would be the best word to say. I think that they're mixing this stuff in with commercial airplane fuel. And airplane fuel itself is kind of a whole hoax thing. I don't think that airplanes use as much fuel as they say. I think the technology is very efficient when it's at altitude. But I think that they probably can mix things in that create a trail.
What a strange conspiracy theory that planes are... Because I've seen people who think that there is no such thing as airplane fuel and that it just runs off like the ether or whatever. What a specific conspiracy that you believe jet fuel exists, but like, you don't need as much as they tell you. That's a crackpot theory. I could get behind just absolute batshit stuff like that. The planes are more efficient than they're telling you. The planes, man! They use so much less fuel!
Sometimes you can see the difference. That's the thing. You can see the difference between, well, I see a little bit of a trail, and the ones that are flying low, spraying heavy, and it turns into a cloud and that covers the sky. There's like a difference.
Clued! Become a square, Clued!
And I'll talk about that in a second. Anyways, nuclear winter is a threat that they've talked about a lot. Nukes themselves are a hoax. I don't believe in nuclear weapons.
Wow, he's really doing a best of today, isn't he? He's just doing like a greatest hits album.
That they can just make bombs bigger and bigger and bigger. And when you make bombs big enough, you get a mushroom cloud. This is what
it's true that any sufficiently large explosion will create a mushroom cloud. It's not exclusive to nuclear weapons. That's not a reason to believe nuclear weapons aren't real, because they are. They're an existential threat to our species and the planet as a whole. Maybe take it a little seriously. Hey, blue, green, orange, how's it going?
I wanted to talk about these different layers, and because with the spraying, I guess I didn't finish my point earlier, but you got people out there that are so delusional. They can't allow any thought that doesn't come from the TV or the mainstream media. They will deny reality. And so how do you communicate with people that deny reality? That weather manipulation is clearly happening? I mean...
Have you tried interpretive dance?
Show them that NASA thing, I guess, from the 60s talking about it. And I don't know. I thought people used to distrust the government a lot more, and everybody knew that the government does shady stuff without telling people.
I think most people would agree with that to varying degrees. What I don't think is that they believe that the government does things that make no sense. And what you're describing doesn't really make sense as a motive. I think we're all understanding that every government in the history of governments has done incredibly shady things. United States in particular has done incredibly fucked up stuff. But, like, the thing you're saying just doesn't make sense in order to require the cooperation not just of United States government officials, but officials from our geopolitical rivals, both now and in the past. Like, we're talking about the United States working together with the Soviet Union during the Cold War, is what he's describing. And that's just not how things worked.
And, I mean, for me, it's part of why I believe in flat Earth and stuff, because I absolutely know that if those in control knew that the Earth was flat, I know that they would lie about it, and it makes sense to me why they push the narrative that they push, because they despise the masses. They think of them as cattle, not worthy of knowing the truth. And
Overthought says the real worry with respect to atomic bombs is releasing the Lich.
And they know that if they can convince everybody that this place is meaningless...
That's why I made my phylactery the Demon Core.
And that get them to believe, so gullible. People will believe anything that's told from the authority figure. They think of themselves as gods. But going back to the Wizard of Oz thing, it's just some dumpy Free Martin behind the curtain pulling levers. This... So, have you noticed with weather manipulation, there's different layers? They're clearly playing with different layers of the atmosphere when they're doing the weather manipulation.
Weather manipulation on the bingo card. Green guy with a $5 tip says, Hannah, I've crossed over. We are the delusional ones, guys. Puppets! You really want those puppets, huh?
Sometimes you'll see them fly really low.
I'd be so insecure. I'm not good at puppeting. I don't necessarily have a problem with doing a puppet stream at 1,000. I just don't think anyone will like it, because I can't puppeteer. But if you want a puppet stream at 1,000, Green, I'll do it, I guess.
And it's like, I don't even think that's a real airplane, because that looks so low. You can use parallax, which is interesting. The stars show no parallax, because NASA...
They do! The stars, for the record, do show parallax. It's just not something you see with the naked eye. That's why, like, NASA, or even amateur astronomers, can take these measurements with, like, telescopes that are very precise, and can see that mathematically, and can actually measure that too minute to just eyeball it.
Outer space is faking gay. Stars don't show parallax, but chemtrails do show parallax.
Jesse Oakrise with a $5 super chat says, we want puppets!
And that's how you can tell the difference between a low flying spray, which I think are drones. I think that they have drones that look like an airplane, that look like a full-sized airplane, and they're low, spraying low. But then some days...
Why wouldn't they just make it look like why wouldn't they just fly a plane then? Why make it a drone?
The spray is so high up, you can be traveling in a car, going in one direction for a long time, and the spray, the clouds...
Oh, chemtrails on the bingo card, by the way, of course.
That obviously look not natural. It just doesn't move, and you'll be traveling 50 miles, and so that parallax, that's how you know that they're doing weird stuff way high up in the atmosphere. Anyways...
He thinks it's drones because the media has been telling him about drones lately. Oh my god, you're probably true. Yeah. It's like his brain is a word cloud, and the words and concepts he's heard most recently get bigger in his head, so he starts to pull from them more. I'm sure we all do that to some extent, as we ruminate on concepts that are like at the front of our mind because they're going on around us recently. But yeah, now I'm starting to wonder if that's why he brought up drones. I hate the human mind. I really do.
But yeah, I think climate change is more of a threat than anything. And of course, this is one of those situations where they really do. They cast spells on the masses, and they make people feel bad about climate change because they make them think that they're personally making these things happen, but really it's those in control literally manipulating the weather. Now, the global warming thing and all that, I do believe the sun is hotter and brighter than it used to be. So I think that's actually part of why they do spray. So this, I mean, like a lot of things, it's mixed up, muddled up. This world, it's not black and white. It's a tangled web of lies that these people spin, and they gotta hide 1% of truth in it. You know, they can't always make it completely obvious. But with stuff like the chemtrails, I mean, you just have reality deniers. I don't know what to say to a person that denies chemtrails other than you're just living in a different reality than me, and I
would agree with that statement.
Truly believe you. If you don't believe in chemtrails, I think that you're just a gullible reality denier, because
hypocrisy on the bingo card. Do we have hypocrisy yet?
I was alive back then, and you're not going to gaslight me into thinking that airplanes always acted this way, because they didn't. And I know that the skies didn't used to look like this either, and I'm ungaslightable on this subject. So
AKA he already gaslit himself so hard there's no backtracking.
I think that those people, anyone who denies weather manipulation at this point, they either don't go outside, they're too scared to have any opinion that might be considered taboo, they're just a shill, there's a lot of those running around, or they're delusional, they're just lying to themselves. Despite the name nuclear winter, nuclear events are not necessary to produce the modeled climate effect. Yeah, nukes are a hoax. They don't have to have nukes, they just blow a bunch of particulates into the sky. I saw this recently.
Using what?
I thought it was funny. Marjorie Taylor Greene launches unhinged call for officials to, it was something about it's about the LA wildfires, and she was...
Well, you don't even remember? She was telling them to use weather control. She was telling them to use weather control to make it rain so it would turn off the fire. Turn off the fire. Put out the fires.
Calling for them to use weather manipulation to put out the fires. Which is hilarious, because they of course have to frame this person as being unhinged, as if it's not a known thing that you can cloud seed. Like, why?
Okay, it needs to already be particular conditions for cloud seeding to work. It's not magic. You can help try and saturate. Basically, cloud seeding, for those that don't know, it can't produce clouds, right? You can't just, on a completely clear area, produce clouds out of nothing and make them rain. What cloud seeding does is allows you to saturate already existing clouds so that they will rain earlier than they would have. So, like, a cloud system is about to go over a certain area that's in drought and needs water. They might seed the cloud so it precipitates over that area. But at no point can you just shoot cloud seeding into the air and make a cloud. That's not how this works.
Why would this be unhinged to ask to cloud seed for a fire? That seems like a good use of cloud seeding technology, which is a known thing. So I find this really weird. It's just an instance where they get to call somebody crazy just for admitting things that are a known truth. And it is a weird part of the way that this matrix, the Bafo society works, where things will be a known truth. However, when you're in the TV reality, when you're on the world stage, the only appropriate action is to mock that thing, even though it's a known accepted thing. It's so bizarre and weird, such a weird mind game. Just to say it again, I don't know if I made any sense with that, but the ability to cloud seed is like a thing. It's known. Anybody should be able to figure out that cloud seeding is a real thing.
Yes, and your misunderstanding of the ability of cloud seeding and its limits is causing you to not understand why it's funny that she said it. Just a Peach with a $1 tip says, would a small hand puppet be helpful? I have a puppet. Had it. Where'd I throw the goddamn puppet? I have a puppet. I'm not puppet, you're puppet. You're a puppet. Where's around here? I have a puppet, okay? I have it. Been down underneath there forever. Please help me! She won't let me leave this room! Ah! That's why the puppet stays over there.
Now, maybe you're still asleep about the fact that...
But it's very large. If I'm going to do a puppet stream, I'm going to do a puppet stream. I don't want a small puppet. If I'm going to do a puppet stream, it's going to be a puppet stream.
The governments do it behind your back, and they lie to you, they gaslight you, they try to lie straight to your face and pretend, no, we don't do that, but they're just doing it. You know, Occam's razor.
Hey, Maisie, how's it going?
I think it's just that simple, that the government does stuff, and then they just lie blatantly to people's face. Oh man, I just lost my train of thought, but maybe that's a sign to just move on. Oh, now I remember. That there's this weird society is expected to shame people for admitting things that should be a known truth. Like, why is it unhinged?
Doing okay, Maisie.
To suggest cloud seeding to put out fires. It's because it's connected to this conspiracy topic. So any chance they can get out to mock the conspiracy people, I don't know. No, the government is not controlling the weather. It's so stupid. It's got to stop. I mean, this is kind of explaining the idea. They have to point the finger at somebody and shame. There's so much public shaming for wrongthink, to put it into 1984 perspective. This is just
literally 1984. Hydrate. Why won't anyone take me seriously when I say nukes are fake? This is literally 1984.
Wrongthink shaming, even though the wrongthink can just be a known thing. The truth is not important to
we all know, Brave New World is the superior dystopian fiction. Aldous Huxley maxing pillars night.
People, you're not allowed to talk about cloud seeding without being shamed as a conspiracy theorist, even though cloud seeding is not like a hidden thing. Everybody should know that it's a real thing. Anyways, what about this thing? This is a weird, looks strange. Here's this one, looks a little more legit. Wow, that's amazing that they had a camera pointed at this mountain on this random day. That's fascinating.
Is he aware that, like, you can detect when a volcano is about to blow? Like, seismology is a thing that they do in order to determine when this kind of thing is going to happen.
Where's the lava? I've always asked, where's the lava? But they'll never talk about that. They'll never mention about how a volcano allegedly erupting has zero lava involved.
You're seeing the ash right now? You're seeing the ash explosion.
These are different things going on. Lava is one hoax. And I mean, I don't know exactly how far this hoax goes of
not all eruptions involve lava. This is again what I'm saying. Their preconceptions are based off media and like basic childhood symbols, right? Like when you teach a kid what a volcano is, the picture of the volcano will have lava coming out. You know what I mean? It's like their platonic ideal of what a volcano is has to conform to this simplistic childhood idea, otherwise it's wrong and they're being lied to. Like they don't understand the complexity of things, and that the symbols they were shown and the simplified concepts they were taught are not the totality of reality. Reality is complicated. Reality is messy. It's got a lot of gray areas. There are very few black and white answers.
Natural hot springs, and because there probably is some truth to it. Like hell being hot is like a real thing. When you dig down, it does start to get hotter, and the weight of the world, of the earth.
Dillis Filler said they have cameras trained on St. Helens all the time. Also, will the puppet be wet? No, it'll be a furry puppet.
Crushing things and pressure has got to be true to some point, but I really believe that most lava is just a byproduct of some industrial process, and a lot of volcanoes look like heaps, like mining trailings, and I think it just looks like dirty glass. It's not melted rock. I can tell you that what they pass off as lava, it's not nearly as hot and as it's gonna destroy you instantly, like the way that the TV and the media.
Oh no, I'm very concerned Hans is gonna go touch lava. I just got a horrible feeling. Oh no, Hans! Lava's hot, Hans! Lava's very hot! Hans! Do not touch the lava to try and make a point! I am begging you, do not touch lava to prove a thing! Oh.
Once you thinking that, like, lava is 5 feet away from you and you're, like, burning to death, from what I've noticed, it doesn't look nearly as dangerous.
From what he's noticed, all that time he spends around molten lava.
The media portrays, which, okay, shouldn't be a shocker.
The ashes are hot and will kill you on their own. Ask Pompeii.
But to me, it just looks like...
Oh, you can't. They're all dead and encased in fucking ash!
Glass. Like, some sort of really dirty glass industrial byproduct.
If I got Pompeii'd, I'd hope I'd get Pompeii'd while I was streaming. So then archaeologists have to come in 1,000 or 2,000 years and, like, dust off my, ash impression, surrounded by ash impression, Coke Zero cans, and Blu-rays, and just be like, wow, this person truly lived a meaningless life. That's weird. Isn't anthropology incredible?
Here, where's the lava? Mount St. Helens, where's the lava? But they did shoot a ton of ash into the air. I think that they just blew up a mountain. I think that they wanted to show that they can literally blow up a mountain if they want to.
How? You don't believe in nukes?
And, anyways, I've probably... Has this disjointed ramble made a point of, I think this is how they do it. I get comments asking, well, when do you think the last reset is? Well, how do you... I don't know exactly. Sometime in the 1800s, I think they probably blew as much crap into the air as possible. Probably set fire to as much stuff as possible. And then went in their little bunkers and survived it out.
I'm glad, Sanzine. I'm glad that you...
I think about, how long do you think it would take for people to die? Let's say supermarkets stop getting deliveries. Electricity gets turned off. How long do people survive on the surface who weren't prepared? I mean, what percentage of people survive after a year of no supermarkets,
not very many
electricity, and the sky is blotted out?
That's why it's in everyone's best interest to keep society running, because if a majority of people will die if society doesn't run, then it behooves all of us to keep it running. Do you see?
So you can't even grow anything. After 3 years, how many people are still alive? So that's how I think these historical resets happen. We know we got these great fires.
I've said this before, and I'm going to put it out there. If a situation happened where society collapsed and we no longer had readily available electricity and clean water, I'm out of here. I'm done. I'm barely functional as a human being in a modern, like, developed nation where my job is streaming. You think I can fucking farm? My executive dysfunction barely lets me get up in the morning. You think I'm gonna survive? No. Yeah. I'm done. I'm done if society collapses. I'm good. This is hard enough the way things are.
How many great fires there were in the 1800s. So I'm not a detail person. I'm really not. This isn't research for me. This is...
It would be different if I had kids, maybe. But I don't, so...
research for other people, or if you're interested to do it. I'm not the kind of person... I don't put those goalposts on myself.
I can supervise the farming. No, that's the thing. In a survival situation, you can't do this bullshit. I am incredibly privileged to live in an imperfect society, though one that allows me to do shit like this for a living, right? In a situation where people are all subsistence farming, you can't just make jokes for a living. They'll kill you if you do that. They'll be like, are you gonna farm? And you'll be like, no, but I'm kind of funny sometimes, but even when I'm not, I make jokes about how I'm not funny, and that sometimes comes around to being funny again, and then they lock you out of the compound, and you die in the wilderness of exposure.
Where some people, I think that they stop themselves from having interesting thoughts or finding truth because they put too many goalposts on themselves. Well, I'm not going to believe in history resets until I can...
That's where priests come from? Yeah, sure, fuck it. Okay, if I can do something like that, yeah. I'll become, like, a priestess of a new post-apocalypse religion. Whatever pops up, that's fine. I'll do that.
Focus down the exact year.
So, no one doing stand-up philosophy? You mean a bullshit artist?
That the history reset happened.
B. Arthur said that, coming back around to a video from earlier that mentioned B. Arthur.
I don't know why. I don't think I need...
I could be a reader and read things to the workers. That's actually probably pretty good. I'd still have education. So if I hang on long enough, fewer people are going to be able to read. Okay. We got this.
That much evidence to believe in historical resets. I don't need to know exactly when it happened. But... you know, there's different types of people out there. Maybe somebody could find exactly the year.
Storytellers have always been valued in every society. No. I'm not a storyteller. I'm the bitch that stands to the side of the storyteller, and then when he says anything that I can construe cynically into a joke, I go, am I right, guys? The thing they said, but like, what if I said that thing was silly? Am I entertaining?
I'm just more of a big picture type of person. And for me, the puzzle pieces kind of just start to fall in place, and it's like you get the right perspective to look back on things. That's more important to me than honing down on the exact year, because I believe that nobody knows. I don't think that you could find out. And even if somebody did, let's say somebody did find out, oh, the last history reset happened in 1827. Like, does that change anything from if you knew it happened sometime in the early 1800s? I'm just saying this because I think some people put unnecessarily goalposts, or they allow others to goalpost them. You know, that's usually the best argument people can throw at you, is throwing some crazy goalpost at you, where it's like, I don't have to have that same goalpost as you. Just because I don't know exactly the year that they killed off a bunch of people doesn't mean that I'm not allowed to believe it. Anyways, so many fires in the 1800s. Very sus. So, were those fires part of the reset? Possible, because doing a bunch of fires, and this actually goes into the quote unquote wildfires. There have been quite a lot of wildfires recently, and that could be a part of the...
Boy, I wonder why. I wonder if there's a scientific explanation for that you're ignoring intentionally. Hydrate.
The resets is lighting as much stuff on fire as you possibly can. Trying to get huge wildfires all over the earth would certainly cause a climate crisis. And so a lot of fire...
Fires all over the earth would Reduce the oxygen levels, I think. If it was literally fires everywhere, that wouldn't be good.
Fires happening right around the same time. Are these part of the reset, or are they cleanup afterwards? I don't know. My guess would be that all of these mid to late 1800s fires, my guess is it's a cleanup project. This is the burn everything, let's start new. This is the phoenix burning before rising from the ashes. It would be my guess. The early bunker leavers, like the first Fallout people coming out of the bunkers.
No, wait, now I'm trying to figure out if Hans has played Fallout or if he just saw the show. I never took him as a Fallout fan. I'm a big Fallout fan. For those that don't know, I love the Bethesda games, so both like Elder Scrolls and Fallout. Big fan. Did not expect the reference here. Weird.
They went around, gathered stuff, melted down gold.
Sometimes I agree, Amber. Sometimes I wish I could just flick a switch and go crazy, just for certain periods of time to detach from the horror that is the real world.
Jewelry and tech into, nuggets, and pretended they mined it, and lit a lot of stuff on fire.
Oh, also, fun fact, there's rumors that they're doing an Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion remake. Supposed to come out this year, I think. So I'm gonna hope for that, because that's my favorite game in the franchise. Juggle. Will do.
That's just my guess. So, who knows? How long did they stay in the bunkers? I don't know. But I think that is probably how it happens. Throw as much particulate matter into the air as possible, hide down in a bunker until almost everybody's dead, and then climb back out. And then you get assigned your hat. You get given whatever hat tells you what part of society you're in. Well, that's it for this video. Hope you enjoyed. God bless everyone.
Have I heard the theory that the two games are in the same universe? I have. I've read a lot of the fan theories and lore stuff surrounding Fallout and Elder Scrolls. How's Roger doing? What's up, Roger?
Okay, my outstanding friends, if you want a good laugh, stick around. I was just cleaning up some of my old stuff. And I went back to start cleaning out, and I found this. That when I first found the mud fossils, I was so upset. Nobody would pay attention to me. And that went on for a number of years, and I finally went ballistic. But I've been telling everybody it's been 15 years.
Hans gets the hat that tells him his station in society is a worm.
It's been more than that.
Is that a penis? No, it's a pointer finger. It's a hairy pointer finger. You think that's a penis? What penises have you seen where you think that's a penis? Look at the severe 45-degree angle on that thing. Are you okay? Jesus.
In over 20 years. I went back and I looked. It's from 2004. These pictures showed up of the mud fossils. Where is it? 2004, right here.
Imagine working on complete nonsense for 20 years. And I don't mean like what I do is nonsense too, but like it's intentional nonsense. Like I'm making humor and trying to just make light of this and talk about topics I find interesting. That nonsense is okay, but he is taking what he is doing seriously. Like he thinks he is doing science, and he has spent 20 years just doing nothing. Nothing that makes any sense to anyone but him.
These three pictures showed up from January 2004. I know what this is. That's the fingertip with the apical tuft, and these are from January 2004. So then I started to go back, and here's when I really started to get into this crazy. It was 2014. So that's like 10 years ago, 11 years ago. And then I was getting into all kinds of different things, and all of the different body parts and all that stuff. And then 2015 I had the DNA tests on and the CAT scans and all that. But I didn't realize I started back at this over 20 years ago.
Next time you get one of your so-called fossils CAT scanned, I'd recommend maybe getting yourself one too.
So I was really surprised that it went back that far. I got to be honest with you. I was thinking about 12 years or so, 15 years, something like that. But it's 2004. That's 21 years ago. Okay, like I think I probably already told you, I was cleaning stuff out, and I went back to all the earlier stuff I had, and it went back to Mary Schweitzer, who discovered soft tissue in dinosaur fossils. And this is where they said, this is on 60 Minutes. I'm not going to play it because they blocked me.
Hey, Cyber Chill, how's it going?
Material gave them life they thought was long gone, until what they call B-Rex. There's T-Rex, there's a Tyrannosaurus. But I found stuff that has wet, literal blood in it. She took acids and put them in.
Yeah, this has been... I don't remember what this was. I think I and many of you probably remember when this came out in the news that they found a fossil with what appeared to be soft tissue. I don't remember the actual conclusion of it, but it was very interesting, but it's not whatever he's about to explain.
Into these dinosaur bones, which bones are very recent. Bones are not like the stuff I have. The stuff I have is solid rock, because it was solidified in the Great Flood. These are post-flood. Mine are pre-flood. Now, so Mary Schweitzer discovered this. She was scared to tell anybody. She was terrified because she knew what was going to happen.
You were 8 when he started this, if this is a recent video. Yeah, if this is a recent video, this is from 3 days ago.
They did. They slammed her.
I was 11 when he started. Maybe 10.
All right. This is Mary Schweitzer. She's talking to Leslie Stahl. 60.
She hates this stuff so much, she being the woman who discovered this. She has done more than one interview about it. It was traces of iron and other stuff. That's gotta suck when you discover something that's actually pretty cool for your field, but like wackos grab onto it and start using it to justify completely unrelated hypotheses they have. What year did he start? 2004. 21 years ago.
60 Minutes. This is 15 years ago, 14, 15 years ago. And she says, here's how you tell a dinosaur bone from a rock. You lick it. So Leslie Stahl licks it. It's supposed to stick on your tongue like Velcro.
I know he's like laughing, but that is an actual thing. That's also a thing geologists do to determine different rocks from each other, is taste them because they have different composition.
Well, she's got bones that have these little porous spots in them.
She stopped being a young Earth creationist because of it? Seriously?
Stuff is just, it's either fascia like this.
That's surprising, but interesting. Good for her.
And it doesn't have those little bone holes in them. Or it's mud stone, which is slippery, which is
a lot of licking things in some sciences. I should have been a scientist. Licking things is always fun.
Nights.
I want a job where I lick things.
Tonight's.
Stamp? Stamp person? Is that a thing? Bring me your stamp and I'll lick it?
Or clays, which that's what your face is made out of, your whole body. Tissue, the red bloody tissues are made out of clay. See, this is what she's doing. She's sticking her tongue on something that has all these little tiny holes in it, and you can stuck on those little things in your tongue. Now, mine are totally different. These are mud fossils. That's the artery. That's the vein. This is saturated with blood. You say, well, that doesn't look like blood. Well, let's just see if we can come to some resolution about that.
Oh yeah, Pelagia's great. I've been on Pelagia's show before.
What's it look like now? That's about as red blood as you can get. And that's because...
Sure, that's iron. That's iron?
Because this was snapped off of here just recently. The blood was in between here and it was wet and red. And because that layer came off, that blood is now exposed. You see how red that is? It's just blood. So you can lick the blood if you like, Leslie, but... you know, I wouldn't be licking too many bones if I were you. See, she says your tongue sucks up the capillary. You see this? She found intact cells which posed a radical challenge to the existing rules of science, and they did not like it. All right, listen to this. They published their findings all over. There's million years old stuff. Mary, Jack, and their team published their B-Rex findings. So they allowed them to publish because they're in the upper echelon of this particular group of experts. And they were promptly attacked, and I mean voraciously. I got something to say about this because I contacted Mary Schweitzer. I knew I was already frustrated at this point.
Oh boy, I bet she loved those emails. She's got to get so many crackpot emails. That poor woman. Oh my god, and she probably works at like a university or something where her email is public. Oh god. She must unironically get like 100 emails a week from creationists and people like Roger. Oh, this poor lady.
I forgot how long ago this went back, but I was earlier than her. I was in 2004. This is...
Ken Ham really doesn't like her. Good.
Whatever.
Did that come up in... I know Dan Olson put out a video recently with Ken Ham in it. Did that come up?
But I did get a hold of her. She wouldn't talk to me because she was being attacked by everybody. And this guy's a nutcase. He's talking about giants. So she wouldn't talk to me. So what I did was, she wouldn't answer me. So I called the guy that had an office down the hall from her. And I said I had a really important message for her. And
that's insane. That's stalking. What the fuck?
And he got me through to her. She
literally, you tried to email her. She told you no, which is her right to do so. So you emailed someone down the hall? You goddamn psycho.
She said, don't ever talk to me again. I don't want...
Yes, giants on the bingo card.
You just stay away from me. La, la. It wasn't really contentious. It was, I only work on my own stuff. Basically, that's the way she put it. But it was more or less, please stay away from me. I only do my own stuff. And at that point, I was so frustrated. I was just freaking out. And I still am. This is over 20 years now. I didn't even realize how long it was. It's just, time has just evaporated. This Jack Horner guy, he's a nut job as far as I'm concerned. He wants to make dinosaurs using some of this DNA. And there's going to be other whack jobs like this out there that want to do that too. This is wrong. There's a real problem in science. I'm going to tell you right now. And as a matter of fact, this was what I said. I was cleaning all these things up. I found all these old things. I was writing just nasty things about science.
Oh, he makes himself look a lot more legitimate by not showing these usually. Don't get me wrong, he's not legitimate, but at least he's just like kind of weird guy pointing at a monitor. The second he pulls this out, you go, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. This has the aesthetic of crazy. This has the aesthetic of what pop culture has taught us ramblings look like. I see why he doesn't bring these out, generally. Yeah, that's not a good look. That's not a good look.
Black hole of science's knowledge. Dark matter solid. E equals MC squared, no. Quarks, no. Light has no mass, no. EMC, everything was no. I was gonna, that's a little painting I did. This was about matter, energy, and heat. Everything was, it's still wrong. They still have no clue what they're doing. I was trying to come up with then what the conclusion, excess weight. Anyway, it goes on and on.
I'm so curious what he's trying to do here with these images. Like, I assume he's trying to model atoms or something, but it's like he thinks that atomic science is when you draw the orbital model of, like, atoms? Like, does he think he's doing science here when he does these little doodles and he draws, like, oh, look, I can do spirals around him? This is, like, a fascinating look into his thought process. Does he think this is science? Like, he thinks that drawing these is... Does he think it's showing anything? or he's discovering anything. He's doodling. It's a doodle.
No clue what they're doing. I was trying to come up with then what the conclusion, excess weight. Anyway, it goes on and on. The end.
Like, does he know that we don't know or have an idea of what an atom looks like? Someone didn't just draw that and go, that looks good, that's probably right. Like, the representation is based off findings, like actual scientific findings.
Negatron theory. I got a couple of papers up on, but it's all about the different particles.
We need to read those, quote, papers. Toreador says, this was me in middle school drawing atoms and valence fields and stuff. Excuse me, because I thought it was cool as F that atoms were a thing and how bonds worked and stuff, but this is, I mean, even I used to multicolor Sharpies back then. Sharpie Pack 2.
I was going to call it negatron theory. Science death spiral. The black snowball of knowledge is money.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want these as a piece of weird outsider art. I kind of want these real bad.
Never a second thought. They don't care. Job security, that's it. Entanglement at a distance is CERN. Dark matter, dark energy fills the space. You see this? I did a painting. I was gonna paint all my stuff.
That's funny. That's how I would draw things as a kid too. Like you do the sun or something, and you're trying to show that it's like beaming something or radiating, and you'd like draw little spirals.
You see it? There's it is right there. There's those little springs. This one's a very long structure of a spring. These are the shorter ones.
It's the John Waters in me. I would notice if John Waters was in me.
And this is a real short ones. And it's the higher energy, the higher the color. Blue is the extreme. These are all the different calculations. And some of this has changed. But see, this is way back when. And it was 1839 I had there, which is what I have now. Or maybe, no, I had 1838, which was a proton. Now I got 1839. It's right in that area. And this year I got to figure out what I'm talking about because I forgot. 1 electron volt equals 6.75 angstrom units of push from a proton. And angstrom units are distances. So 1 electron volt pushes 6.75 angstrom units. I don't know how I came up with it. I have no idea.
Dank Horse, thanks for following.
I did have something up here. Oh, yeah. Schumann resonance. If you... Oh, not that one.
I don't know anything about Roger's private life.
Hold on. Well, let me show it to you. If you put this around...
I would hope he has someone around him keeping an eye on him, like a wife or partner or kids, friends, anything.
Like this. At the pole, you have the magnetic fields. And I don't know how I came up with this either. But I'm showing plus or minus 6.5 angstrom, hertz. I don't know how I got, but I'm showing it bouncing from high energy particles to this outside field, the far outside of the field, because way out here, you know, it's thousands of degrees.
See, I actually like that painting with the luminous star field and the earth and stuff. Like, I kind of like that painting.
The first interaction from the sun to us, when it hits here, is thousands. It's cooking the outside face of the earth. It's just absolutely cooking it. Thousands of degrees. Now, how I came up with these different frequencies, that means approximately. This means approximately. But these are frequencies from 30 to 60 hertz. And I'm showing them decreasing by 6.5 hertz.
At least in this case, he has a unit. So often they won't say a unit. So I guess that's something. Ooh, ow. Ouchie. One sec. I splintered myself on my desk. I think I got a wooden splinter right in my arm. Holy fuck. Ow. That. But it must have stuck in my shirt. It didn't go all the way through. Where's the pokey? I can feel it. Sorry.
The surface of the Earth. And the radiation is coming out like this. And I'm showing...
No, I got it. Thanks, Baha.
That's the glowy part. It bangs here against our glowy parts, which are down in here. Our glowy parts are always on the very, very outside, the glowiest parts. Their parts are hitting, and field to field pushes. So it's extreme energetic reaction here. But then there's a bounce. It bounces down to the next range. And that white particle wants to get to Earth, so it's on the bottom. And it hits this range and bounces back up. And then you hit bounce, 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 bounce. And it keeps dropping, dropping, dropping the frequency now, which makes a smaller and smaller and smaller wave. That's what I was coming up with, I guess. I
have no idea what he's talking about.
Stuff. It's been many, many, many years, and I've no response from anybody, so I started to take it out on paper. And this was what, oh, Caesar, are you all right, buddy? Oh, man, this is my best friend in the whole world, Caesar. You okay, pal? These feathers?
I didn't know the fake goose head's name was Caesar.
Yeah, he never gives me any trouble at all. Doesn't eat, doesn't poop. That's one of the best pets you ever get. Now, this was what I was going to do. I was going to do debates, and just make pictures of the debate. This was going to be, the accuser was going to be the finger that I have, 3-foot long finger. And the defendant is going to be the professor. The professor. And I was going to be the fair and very fair moderator, Roger. At that point, I had a beard and a mustache. I had all kinds of things. I had long hair. And I had everything here. And nobody would listen. And he still don't listen. Wait a minute, I got a shot of me long ago. Hold on. Like I said, I was cleaning out all my old junk. Here's me and my wife from 1,000,000 years ago.
Oh, wow. That is an old photo. That's got to be from the 80s. Jesus. Maybe late 70s. Late 70s, early 80s.
My motorcycle. Well, this is what I did the cash registers. I had all cash registers, computers, scales, scanners, everything. We actually made our own chips. We could burn our own chips. Had a software package we developed, and the poor guy that wrote all the software, he never made a penny, basically, and worked like crazy for years, and the big guys basically destroyed us. Which just seems to be the way of life.
Green guy with a $3 tip says, Hannah, what is going on? A lot of the people you watch seem to be spiraling. Yeah, I noticed that. Huh. I wish I had a really succinct answer for you that was good. I don't know. I've noticed that as well, though. It seems like a lot of them are not doing well. I think some of it has to do with the culmination of a few things at once. For the political ones, which we're not really covering, but some of them are also freaking out, like people whose entire identity is Trump. All right, Trump's going to be president soon. He gets another term, and he's done. Probably. So what do they even have to fight for anymore? It almost would have been better for the QAnon people if Trump had lost, because now he's going to be the president for 4 more years. If he lives another 4 years, he's an older guy, so who knows. But, he's not going to do all the things they want him to. So they're going to have to deal with that. Flat Earthers are freaking out because of the final experiment. I think a lot of other people are struggling just because, you know, things are hard right now financially for a lot of people, and when people are under more material stress, it causes them to be more open to conspiracies and to be more conspiratorial and to spiral, quite frankly. So I think it's a lot of things happening at once for different groups of people.
Life. See, I tried everybody in the whole world. I even got a hold of David Attenborough, and he actually wrote me back. I was very surprised. That was 10 years ago. Dear Roger Spur, I'm only interested in things that are many millions of years old. I must have said, see, I've never made a video on mud fossils. I thought he understood these, but he didn't, and he wasn't interested because he thought they were too new, but they're actually older than fossils. Yale says they were before there was any creatures that we can even associate to what was there before. They claim it was all soft tissue. I can show you, obviously.
Dronder, that's a good way to put it. Dronder says there's not going to be a great awakening, and even they see that much. Yeah. There's this myth in, like, the QAnon community that at some point everyone would realize they were right and they'd apologize to them and Donald Trump for treating him and them so badly. And, like, it's just clear that's not going to happen. So, I don't know. I think they're a little dejected about that.
It's not. They're all body parts and everything else. So this is how it all started. And I didn't realize how long ago it was. I was shocked when I saw these pictures and stuff come up. These things from 2004. Now, I didn't start to get crazy about it. Hold on, where is it? You see, this is Mary Schweitzer. Now, this was only 1 year ago. They only got 364 views on this. And it was Discovering Dino Tissue with Mary Schweitzer. It's on a podcast. And she's a creationist. That's why they went
The medbed believers are going to get real bad real fast. Yeah. Because what's the excuse anymore? You know what I mean?
After her. Because she believes in God. She said, no, the Earth must be much younger than they claim. Because it could 68 million years.
See you, Trey. Have fun at D&D.
You wouldn't have the soft tissue. And that's why they went after her. Because they said, that's impossible. It can't happen. We're going to destroy you. And they did. And one of the last things I saw about her, it starts right out on the top. It says, I don't care what they say about me. And it was her again. She got whacked. She didn't want to talk to me because she knew she'd get whacked her. Because I'm even beyond.
That's so fucking disrespectful that he thinks in a million years he could actually hold his own in any kind of debate with an actual, like, scientist. Holy crap. Crisscross with a $5 super chat says, I think they expected him to lose, and they were all excited because they wanted an excuse to start the unaliving of their fellow Americans. Yeah, I think some of them wanted an excuse to get mad and to prove themselves right. Like, have you noticed that, like, the MAGA talk about 2020 being, like, a fix has gone away for the most part? Because this is devastating to their case. The fact that Donald Trump won shows that he didn't win in 2020, even if they won't admit it. The dog who caught the car, yeah.
Way past where she was with my giants and dragons and everything else, which is all recorded in history. It's these PhDolia people. They're PhDs with PhDolia. It means you can't see what's in the front of their face. They say, I have pareidolia. I can see anything and anything I want. No, I see exactly.
He's still married? That's probably good. I hope his partner's okay.
What I see. And I test, and I get it done, and they don't. They have PhDolia. They're perfectly happy, deluded. And that's what happened. She was destroyed. And the first thing out of Yale, Derek Briggs, I think it was like the first words out of his mouth was, what are you, a creationist? I said, what are you talking about? And because I think I told him I found these fossils and some of them were giants, because I was excited. I thought they'd be excited too, but no, they weren't. I thought they would have to look at it. No, they don't have to look at anything. They don't have to do anything they don't want to do. And they refuse to do their job. like Derek Briggs, and I see that, and it appears to be academic fraud.
It's not.
If you look up what academic fraud is, it's refusal to engage in an examination of scientifically validated information, such as CAT scans, DNA, and specimens.
What?
That constitutes academic.
Kind of seems like academic fraud would be, you know, faking results or plagiarizing someone and presenting it as your own.
Fraud. That I would, if I was a student at Yale, I want my money back. I'd absolutely say, I
Well,
want
Roger, you're not a student at Yale, so.
my money back. I want it back right now. And in that particular, if you were working in archaeology, anthropology, history, religion, all that stuff, because it was just suppressed, totally suppressed. And it still is to this very day. Derek Briggs knows what he did. And then he took credit for my work, claiming that it was soft tissue preservation from sand or something. But it was the Triassic layer, and he got funded by NASA. We paid.
Benikagami says it's also made it clear Trump was lying about 2020 because Trump was talking about 2024 being rigged right up until it was looking like he'd win. It screamed to the Q people stolen just meant I lost. Yeah.
Him to repeat the research that I gave Derek Briggs at Yale.
A lot of the conspiracy people that are Trump people are also upset about him being so close to Elon now, because a lot of them don't like Elon because of electric vehicles and the brain chip thing he's, you know, been trying to have his company develop or whatever.
You see this? This is the problem with academia. They just take your work and call it their own. This is Derek Briggs. I gave him all my information.
He thinks that people are stealing his work. Work. That's loose work. Alden Undying says, I return. One of my players needed to have the night off. Welcome back. Yeah, and the visas
my
thing.
friends, this is Derek Briggs, 2016. He had a paper entitled Exceptional Preservation of Soft Body Creatures, a pivotal work in the study of fossil preservation. Highlights how environmental factors and geological conditions contribute to extraordinary preservation of soft tissues. The research has significant implications for both paleontology and evolutionary biology. If you're interested, I gave...
Bittergrin says, why does he say Mary Schweitzer was taken down? Everything I can find shows that she's still a respected paleontologist. He's saying it because he's salty she doesn't agree with him.
All my work.
And won't take him seriously.
Biology. If you're interested, I gave all my work to Derek Briggs long before that, and in 2015 and in the beginning of 2016 it was published. I wrote a book called Minds in Collision. It was Mud Fossils and Velikovsky and Minds in Collision. And this guy right here stole my work, plagiarized it.
What did he steal? What do you you didn't do anything. Why? Does he think that this summary is the paper? Like, what are you talking about? What work did you do that you're claiming he stole?
And NASA funded him.
No, we've never read his books. Maybe someday.
Because I contacted NASA at the same time. I said, you got all the same stuff you have here on Earth on Mars. And the next thing I know, they funded Derek Briggs at Yale to do the work I already did, and he's taking credit for.
You didn't do anything! I don't even understand. I'm so confused. Like, clearly he has this complex where he thinks he's super smart and that the scientific community owes him something and that it's ridiculous. And clearly that has led to him, because of these denials, led to delusions that they are stealing from him. He has nothing of value to steal. He just doesn't. Objectively. But what does he think they're stealing? I don't even understand the specific thing he thinks they're stealing.
If there's a good lawyer out there that wants to go after Yale, I'm 100% on this. But I mean, I'm talking big time. I want Trump to get on this. He's talking about suing the hell out of these universities, and this is the one that really needs to be whacked to jail. And I think they should fund my university, because their university is a failure.
They should fund my non-existent university.
Okay, I guess I'm going to have to sue Chat, too. Listen to this. I said, did Roger Spurr write a paper in 2015 called Fascia-Facilitated Fossilizations, recorded soft tissue fossils that he had discovered? It appears there may be some confusion or mix-up with the details. There is no widely recognized paper by Roger Spurr titled Fascia-Facilitated Fossilization. Well, let's see about that. From 2015.
Your paper wasn't published in any reputable journal, so it's not a paper.
Nor is there any...
You see how it even says widely recognized? Which, like, I'm not going to sit here and defend ChatGPT, but it did say the accurate thing here.
Well-known discovery associated with Roger Spurr regarding soft tissue fossils, specifically facilitated by fascia. This is an absolute... Okay, my friends, this...
He cut it! Why did he cut it? What would he say?
By fascia. This is an absolute... Okay, my friends.
He had to cut out some angry, I think.
This is just, in my mind, deception by Chat. Chat is illegitimate as far as I'm concerned. Last week, they knew exactly who I was, and fascia-facilitated fossilization was something that, if it was correct, would change everything about fossils, and I was the one who wrote the paper in 2015.
You didn't? No. It's not a paper. It wasn't published in any reputable anything. You probably posted it to the internet randomly. That's not what publishing a paper is.
Not by Roger Spurr, no. They're saying no widely recognized. What does that mean, widely recognized?
I think that's pretty clear what it means, Roger. It means recognized widely. You could put virtually in there. There is virtually no recognized paper. Like, they're trying to couch it in saying, they're not saying this doesn't exist, but we certainly don't have any record of that, is what they're saying. Thank you for the link to his fucking paper. This has got to be so bad. I will save this for us to read another day. Thank you very much. Where did... go?
It's on academia.edu, which is where you publish papers that nobody else will accept, just like they wouldn't accept Schweitzer.
So it's not published reputably then.
And they, okay, my friends, I'm going to try to stay calm, quite difficult, but they say no.
He cut again! He is legitimately getting angry and saying terrible things or just getting frustrated and cutting it. Ugh.
Oh, there's no widely recognized paper by Roger Spurr titled Fascia-Facilitated Fossilization from 2015. No, it's all Derek Briggs. It's all about you. You must be mistaken. It's all Derek Briggs. It's all Derek Briggs. Researchers
yeah,
like
he's the one that actually went out and did work and actually found stuff.
Derek Briggs exploring exceptional...
Or at least actually investigated these things.
Preservation, soft tissues. I gave all that to him. This is my work, not his.
None of the bullshit you have made up is in his papers. I promise you, Roger, if you went and you actually read his work, none of it's yours!
All right, the way I'm seeing Chat now, I was impressed with Chat in the beginning, but now it's just a brainwashing mechanism.
I liked ChatGPT until it didn't acknowledge my brilliance. Narcissism is a hell of a drug.
Just put in, did I actually have a paper which was published in 2015? He says, yes. This was, in a second ago, they said no.
It's almost like it's a predictive text algorithm. Weird.
All Derek Briggs. Nothing to do with me. It's all Derek Briggs. Which is the one who I gave this paper to long before that. 2015, I had all my work done and I published my paper on academia.edu because nobody would let me publish. Academia is where academics go that are refused by the one. Derek Briggs is the one. They said, you got to get him to take a look at your stuff. I said, he refuses. And they said, well, that's because you are an idiot, Roger. And that was straight across the board.
I don't think I'd use that word, but, like, yeah, you're very wrong. You're, like, wrong at a fundamental level that it would be hard to even explain to you because it's clear you're pretty delusional about what you've done here. Or not done here.
And I want him dealt with severely.
I want him dealt with severely. Green guy with the $3 tip says, Hannah, he is making so much sense to me. I'm on his side. Maybe if I had a puppet explaining it to me, I would be swayed. Like the S Street. If you want a puppet, we gotta get to the next 1,000, whatever. We discussed this.
Because he deserves it. Now they say, where do I actually have that paper? They said, no. Well, yes, I do. He says, yes. The paper's titled Fascia Facilitated Fossilization. Exactly what I just said. And they need to put 2 R's on the spur. Come on, guys, catch up. It was published in 2015, available on academia.edu. It discusses the concept of fascia, which is the coating that surrounds everything. It's like your skin, it's the fascia that coats organs, everything. The connective tissue surrounding muscles, organs could play a role in facilitating the fossilization of soft tissues in certain conditions. Yes, a hot, salty water, silicate-rich, boiling flood. The theory presents an interesting perspective on how soft tissue preservation might occur in exceptional fossilization processes. Soft tissues are preserved alongside bones and shells.
He's arguing out loud with ChatGPT. He is.
Everything turns, it's nucleophilic invasion and substitution, which causes nucleosynthesis. So the nucleuses of the atoms that were in there are transitioned, synthesized into new nucleuses, which changes their atomic structure into mud fossils instead of, you know, calcium and bones and all that stuff that's in your body.
Benigagami says, I think I know what's happening. Roger sent something to these people that was nonsense, but it either gave them an out-of-the-box idea to look into, or they were already working on something vaguely kind of related to some of Roger's theories, and that's what he's interpreting as stealing. It's the latter. It's not the former. It's the latter. They were already working on stuff like this, and he is claiming that they stole his work. They did not. He is looking at something that he can vaguely say, well, this is kind of what I've been working on, and he's claiming credit for something other people did.
It's an invasion and substitution. Just do some research. Nucleophilic invasion and substitution. Nucleophiles and electrophiles. And it leads to nucleosynthesis, which is a transition of the material into a new stable material, and if soft tissues become stable. Like this foot, from some creature we don't even know about, because this was...
Green guy says, arguing with someone that pulls random text and still losing.
Flood. And he had a built-in soul that springs inside. And we have a vast variety of these, and I had drilled a hole right in there, right into where the toe would be, in exceptionally clean conditions. And it's been no, this wasn't certified as human yet, but that's out for testing. But I have 3 of them that came back human, and I presented all that to Derek Briggs, and he took credit for it. And now he's being the big hero. Oh, it's a pivotal point in fossilization history. Well, yes, but I did it, and I did it long before that. And everybody has been so obnoxious and arrogant in the academic
projection,
academic realm. It's a disgrace, absolute disgrace to humanity, to the sciences, and to America, and to Yale. Yale, I hold them responsible for this. I contacted everybody at Yale, the president all the way down.
You've been put on notice, Ivy League.
They know who I am, trust me, very well. I even contacted their...
Bittergrin says, okay, I can guarantee that there was no nucleosynthesis in this paper from Yale. That's not what the word means or how fossilization happens.
Legal department. And I said, I want something done. Not a word. I hope Trump will come down on them like a ton of bricks. All right, so I put this out before Briggs at Yale. If I was correct about my mud fossils theories, what
are y'all not noticing the passive cold fucking fusion Roger is sticking in here as step 2 under nucleosynthesis? I didn't notice that.
Change in history, paleontology, and geology. If Spur's mud fossil theories were correct, it would represent a significant...
Roger gets super toasty and then gets on the internet.
...and radical shift in our understanding of history, paleontology, and geology. Spur's theories about mud fossils claim that certain rock formations, all of them, and geological structures are actually the preserved remains of ancient creatures, including human or giant beings. The creatures were fossilized in a different manner than the traditional specifically accepted fossilization process. Correct. So they got halfway right and halfway wrong. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm being slandered by them by saying, no, I don't believe in the Velikovsky's theories, and that I didn't discover mud fossils, and I didn't write any papers, and then all of a sudden they say, yes, I did write the paper. You get it one way or the other, Mr. Chat.
Right? Mr. Chat.
And it says, while these ideas are highly controversial and not accepted in mainstream science, let's explore the potential changes. They're everything. Everything changes.
Benikagami says, to be clear, even if the former had been correct, that's not stealing. Star Trek doesn't get the credit for the flip phone just because the inventors got inspired by the communicators. Star Trek didn't tell them how to build the damn thing. Oh, I know. I'm aware.
Changes. Rewriting of ancient civilizations. They're human, pre-human, giant beings, new interpretation of ancient myths, giants, gods, superhuman beings, mythology, archaeology, human evolution, human ancestors, giant species. Introducing new questions about the origins and development of Homo sapiens. I have Homo sapiens with 3-foot-long fingertips. New methods of fossilization. I've just done the whole thing about the fascia. Soft tissue preservation, yes, absolutely. Researchers would need to develop new techniques and methods to study and preserve soft tissue and preserve these soft tissues, including fascia suggested by Spur's work. La, 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 la.
Again, this is creative writing, not creative. It's ChatGPT, but you know what I mean. It's speculating as much as it can speculate. You know what I mean. Bad AI. But what I'm trying to say is this is hypotheticals, Roger. They're not saying this is true.
And other biological structures.
Did we get this rock tree mountain was a human from this? Yes.
A wealth of previously inaccessible biological information, yeah, including
inaccessible. That would make it accessible.
Discovered in these things, and they didn't even know about this. They didn't know about the interstitium, a new body part. I discovered that in 2015. That was what my paper was about, was this new fluid-filled layer, which is really the fascia, but it also included the interstitium. Anyway, new insights into prehistoric life from everything.
Talons, can I see your bingo card? Go ahead and post it in the Discord and the live stream chat.
Geology, everything. Redefining fossil formations, geology, fossil entombment, mud, sediments, geological time scale, new categories of formations, new categories of rock formations, sedimentary deposits, catastrophic events. There's nothing. This is unchanged. The Earth's climate, the atmosphere, natural catastrophe, impact on mainstream science, wipes it right out. The acceptance of mud fossil series as legitimate would be a dramatic challenge to controversial paleontological and geological theories. Guess what? They changed the name of geology at Yale. There's no more geology at Yale. It's called now planetary sciences, since my work, not Derek Briggs, my work.
Wow, he's really gonna go to his grave thinking that he was stolen from and like he was like really ripped off. That's sad.
All right, so everything would be redefined, everything. Dating, rock layers, everything. Scientific debate and reevaluation. Spur's theories were proven to spark major debates within the scientific community, and I have already proven them without doubt. Them to refuse to look is fraud, malfeasance, fiduciary failure, and there could be a whole lot more problems here for them, and I hope there will be. All right, research into new fossilization processes, public perception and study of ancient civilizations. We've just been denied our truth in history. Everything.
Are you going to post your thing, Talons? Just because this is probably the last video we're watching and we're almost done, so.
Spurs theories often linked to catastrophism. Well, Velikovsky wrote about it. Venus almost hit Earth, and yes, we had the Great Flood, and that's what created the mud fossils. And just like I said in the ancient text, there were giants in the Earth.
When did Venus hit Earth? Or almost hit Earth?
And then more after that, and then God decided to wipe them off the face of the planet, and that's what happened with the Great Flood. So now they're going to all kind of things, new paradigms in human origins. Conclusion. Let's just read this. If Spur's mud fossil theories were proven correct, it would lead to a major paradigm shift in multiple fields of all of these things. Evolutionary biology, everything.
Roger, if.
Significant changes in the way we view preservation of life and life itself, my friends. The development of ancient civilizations, all these different gods and dragons and giants, and the history is unfolding in front of your face if you can open your little eyes. And that's what has not happened. The PhDs have...
Can you post it here, or does it have to be on Discord since there were issues with my login, so it takes a moment? It can't be on YouTube because YouTube won't let people post links. So it either has to be in Twitch chat or on Discord.
PhDolia. PhDolia. You know what that means? They can't see what's in front of their face. They say we have
Pareidolia.
Pareidolia, or whatever they call it.
Pareidolia. Pareidolia is seeing patterns where they don't exist. Like seeing, you know, looking at a cloud and seeing a face or a horse, you know?
Which means we can see anything. Well, no, they have PhDolia. They can't see anything. They want to see what they can see with a dollar sign on it, say funding for you. And guess who paid Derek Briggs for my research? Guess who?
Roger, it's not your research. Did you do the stuff? No, you didn't. He wrote a paper where he did actual experiments that he fucking did. I'm so tired of this nonsense. So narcissistic.
I put into the federal government and NASA pay Derek Briggs and Yale University for their research on soft body preservation of fossils. Yes. Derek Briggs and Yale received federal funding, including from NASA and other government agencies related to soft body preservation. These are all government agencies. We're paying them. National Science Foundation, all of this stuff.
Yeah, a lot of stuff gets funded through government grants. That's not a secret.
So the reason they got involved, I think, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so, is because I contacted them in 2014 when Curiosity hit the Mars surface. I saw all the mud fossils. I got a hold of NASA. I said, you got life there. And the next thing I know, they're paying Yale to see is soft body. I said, this is all soft body stuff. These are all muscles and muscle sarcomeres. You got veins, you got arteries, you got interstitium. You got everything up there.
Posted it to Discord. Let me take a look. Where did you post it? In Discord? There it is. You put it in general. We're all watching a movie. Hannah regrets something she just said. Free space. Hannah mentions cheese. This rock tree was a human. You did it, Talons. Congrats. That's super cool. You are the official winner. Unfortunately, on YouTube, you can't gift memberships to specific people. So I just have to gift it randomly, if you're okay with that. If not, I can give you a Twitch subscription, but otherwise it would have to be random on YouTube, because I still don't think they let you gift memberships to specific people on YouTube, and I don't know why.
You got the Mars blueberries, the same as the Moki marbles. There's no question what you got there. They go to Yale and they give them a whole bunch of money. Yale says, yep. That's correct, but it's not. They're just slimy little creatures. There's nothing like Roger says. There's no body parts. Totally wrong. This is an absolute disgrace. Absolute disgrace. And I want.
But either way, Talons is the official bingo winner for today. So congrats, Talons.
Hopefully we're going to get some kind of huge financial settlement from these people.
Is this conspiracy theorist tells on themselves? I would say yes. This is to the point where it's really, really embarrassing. You have a Twitch account too? Perfect. If you go on Twitch and just do a message in chat real quick so I can see you, I'll gift you your sub over there.
Well, this is the biggest discovery in human history.
And let me know what the name is so I know it's you.
Derek Briggs basically took advantage of me for my naivete to go to him, who was the expert, not realizing they would just take my research and call it their own. That's exactly what happened. Now, if he has a problem with me saying this, I want him to talk to me, because he won't talk about the actual evidence that I sent to him. I sent all of this stuff, and this.
There you go, Neon Talons. There's your gift sub.
His assistant talked to more Armand. Armand, how you doing, buddy? I told you at the end of this, you guys were going to look like absolute idiots. And Armand says, well, I guess we won't be the only ones. And I said, yes, Armand, you right. Remember that, Armand? Armand is Derek Briggs' assistant. And Briggs, I got all the emails. So if he wants to talk about this, let's talk. All right, I'm fed up with it. I'm just absolutely, unbelievably fed up.
We know.
With the absolute nonsense and the disgraceful.
Does he know what research is? I don't think he does. I think a lot of conspiracy theorists think research is just the hypothesis step. Like, they think that science is sitting down in a room and imagining, like, world building, basically. How could this maybe work? But they don't understand the testing step and the falsification of your own claim step. They just think it's the part where you sit down and think things.
Disrespect for students, a fiduciary failure. And in my mind, if you look up what fiduciary fraud is, it absolutely 100% applies.
Fiduciary
now, if I'm wrong,
fraud.
Tell me I'm wrong. And then I'll say, well, I guess I was wrong. But if I'm right, I'm right.
Okay, you're not, though, so.
Let's get this out in the open. This is absolute nonsense. This is an absolute disgrace to humanity. 100% disgrace to humanity is what's going on right now in the academia. 100% disgrace. There is no truth that will be accepted. It's you say what I tell you to say, or I fail you, make you look like an idiot.
Well, I'm glad you finally won, Talons.
And keep your money. And all I'm interested in is your money anyway, so you better do what I tell you. That's the way I see academia right now. I am disgusted with this whole system.
Benekagami says Big Bang Theory would really ruined people's understanding of nerd culture and science. It's also a really unfunny show on top of that, so.
I love you all, but some of you sure as hell ain't gonna make it.
The two shows I have seen that I have always found negative funny are Big Bang Theory and 2.5 Men. Genuinely shows that anytime I have seen them on, I've gone, who watches this crap? It's terrible. Sorry, Chuck Lorre.
The good place is after this life, because you don't even know that there's a God, and you hate God. And I'm going to tell you something right now. God is not very fond of you, my friends. Just look it up. There will be
okay, yeah, threaten people with God.
False teachers, and their destruction does not sleep. Have a wonderful day. I love y'all.
Wow, ending on a threat from God. What a way to go. Okay. So yeah, that's the stream today. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. We did a little bit longer stream today. Went 4 hours instead of 3. Gonna try and keep that up for the rest of the week. Gonna try and do some longer streams. Like I said, tomorrow the plan is to do a tinfoil spotlight on Jeranism's Leaving the Flat Earth stream, which I think itself is about 4 or 5 hours, so that'll be interesting. And then for the rest of the week, you know, we have a variety of other things. Cassifel, I believe we're supposed to do a stream together on, I believe, Thursday. Not sure what we're going to be covering, so that should be good. And then, maybe Sovs hits Friday, maybe Sovs hits Saturday. We'll throw a VHS in there somewhere. And yeah, should be a good week. All right, let's see who we're going to raid on Twitch. I'm very hungry. See you, Just a Peach. Good to see you.
Trump was elected president. In 2024, a New York jury convicted Trump of
We can dance if we want to. We can leave your friends behind. Because your friends don't dance, and if you don't dance, and then no friends of mine. Safety. Dance. See you later. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see you soon. Love you, Mr. Blast. See you tomorrow.